Chapter 159. Chuli let out a long sigh of relief and shook his head. A high official of the imperial house, he had poked a hornet's nest. He shook the modesty sword lightly. The gray blade was not stained with blood. He sheathed his sword and turned around to look at the four yellow-robed monks surrounding him. He shook his head and smiled. Fa Yuan, you're finally here. Before he left the city, he had already seen Fa Yuan with the omniscient mirror. There were 3 grandmasters with him. With 4 grandmasters coming together, it seemed like they were determined to take him down. That was why Fa Yuan dared to kill Zhao Zilai. Fa Yuan had changed into a yellow monk's robe. His head was bald, and his ring scars were eye-catching. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He sighed and said, Almsgiver Chu has committed the sin of killing again. It is a sin. Chuli smiled. Monk, why don't you chant some scriptures to send him on his way? Almsgiver Chu, follow me back to the Tempest Temple. Fa Yuan sighed. You can't escape. Chuli shook his head. That might not be the case. We won't know until we fight. Everyone, be careful. My flying blades aren't as easy to deal with as I am. As soon as he finished speaking, both of his hands shot out. Chi! 2 beams of cold light shot out almost at the same time. Fa Yuan shifted his body to the side and used the shadow shift technique to avoid the blade. A golden light flashed on the other young monk's face. He stretched out his purplish-golden right palm and pressed it against the flying knife. A purplish-golden radiance appeared in his palm, and the radiance circulated ceaselessly. The flying dagger shot into the purple-gold light and stopped moving, as if it had sunk into a rock. Chuli was surprised. He turned his head and smiled. Fa Yuan, what martial art is this? Demon Binding Seal. Fa Yuan said faintly. Brother Fa Ming is extremely talented and has successfully cultivated the Demon Binding Seal. Almsgiver Chu, your flying dagger is useless against him. Chuli nodded. What a Demon Binding Seal. A cold light shot out from his right hand. Ding! The flying knife collided with the flying knife in front of Fa Ming's palm. Fa Ming shouted. The 2 blades froze in the air at the same time, trembling like snakes. It was as if they were trying to break free from the shackles of the purple-gold light and wanted to drill forward. Chuli smiled and shot out another flying blade for his left hand. Ding! The 3 flying daggers froze in the air at the same time, trembling even more violently. Finally, with a soft chi sound, the flying dagger broke free from its shackles. It shot towards Fa Ming. Fa Yuan pointed with his finger while the other 2 monks threw out a punch. The 3 forces hit the 3 flying knives at the same time. Ding! The flying knife bounced off in the air. Fa Yuan extended his left index finger and pointed at Chuli. The other 3 also pointed their fingers. 4-finger forces sealed off all of Chuli's directions. It was unavoidable. Chuli frowned. There were so many of them trying to restrain his light body technique. A purplish-gold light flashed on his face as he activated the sentient menace to block the finger force. Then he flew away. Chi! A bloody hole suddenly appeared on his body. This finger force directly broke through the sentient menace. It broke through the skin and flesh without any hindrance and pierced through the body. Its power was even stronger than that of a flying knife. Chuli frowned. He ignored the pain and looked at Fa Yuan. As expected of the Tempest Temple, what kind of martial art is this? Perishable touch. Fa Yuan shook his head. Almsgiver Chu, it's useless. The sentient menace can't block the perishable touch. Chuli unsheathed his sword and held it in front of him. The invisible finger force was like a pillar of air in his eyes, clearly visible. He thought that the improved sentient menace would be able to block the finger force earlier. He did not expect the Tempest Temple to have a martial art that specifically countered the sentient menace. Ding, 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 ding. The finger force hit the sword. Chuli floated away and waved his sword to block the finger force. The finger force from the 4 monks became more concentrated. The finger force that filled the sky formed a large invisible net that completely covered Chuli. He relied on the speed of his sword and the finger force to block it. Umapa! Fa Yuan suddenly chanted, and a layer of golden light appeared on his face. Chuli noticed something strange. It was different from the golden light of the sentient menace. Fa Yuan's sentient menace was at a higher level, and it flashed with a purplish gold light. As the golden light appeared on his face, Fa Yuan became more solemn and holy. It was as if the Buddha had descended to the world, causing people to have the urge to convert. Umeba, Fa Ming and the other two monks chanted too. Their faces flashed with golden light, and they looked solemn and holy. Chu Li frowned. Their vigor skyrocketed, and their cultivation level skyrocketed. An invisible force from the void flowed down like a waterfall, changing their bodies. It was as if they were constantly growing bigger. In the blink of an eye, their cultivation level had increased by 4 to 5 times. Chu Li saw that the situation was not good. He activated imminent skyline and appeared 2 miles away in an instant. He let out a sigh of relief and frowned as he looked at the bloody hole in his chest. Blood was gushing out like a fountain. The imminent skyline just now had aggravated his injury. The method to stop the bleeding was useless. The finger force could not be removed, and the blood kept flowing. Umeba, for chance, sounded almost at the same time. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. The 4 monks stepped out of the void and stood 2 feet away from him, surrounding him. The golden light on the faces of the 4 monks was faintly discernible. Their expressions were solemn, and their gazes were compassionate. It was as if 4 Buddha statues were looking at him. Chu Li furrowed his brows. There was an invisible force in the void that connected them to the heavens and the earth. This invisible force then connected the 4 of them as one. Chu Li could clearly see this thin layer of power, and it was a power that made his hair stand on end. He felt as if he was in a well, but he did not dare to touch the surroundings of the well. He could not touch the power that made his heart palpitate. 4 finger forces shot out at the same time. Chu Li waved his sword to block 2 and sidestepped the other 2. Ding ding. 2 finger forces were blocked by the sword. They moved like lightning and instantly drilled into his palm along the sword. Suddenly, a numb feeling spread throughout his body. His body could not help but stagnate. This stagnation allowed the 4 finger forces to shoot at him. He desperately activated imminent skyline and disappeared in a flash again. The 4 of them disappeared at the same time. Chu Li suddenly appeared 2 miles away. He looked down at the 2 bloody holes in his shoulder and chest. This was more powerful than the perishable finger from before. It kept devouring the inner energy around his body. If it was not for the life and death scripture, he would not have been able to move. The golden light flashed. The 4 of them stepped out of the void again. Chu Li did not wait for them to attack and disappeared again. He did not care about the aggravation of his injury and kept activating imminent skyline. The 4 of them also kept appearing like shadows following him. When Chu Li appeared at the south gate of Chongming town, they also appeared. Chu Li was covered in blood. His clothes were bloodied and his face was pale. It was not even noon yet, but the south gate of Chongming town was bustling with people coming and going. Seeing Chu Li suddenly appear like a bloody man, the people were shocked. Some screamed, and suddenly it was a mess. Chu Li looked at the 4 of them who were glowing in golden light. He slowly picked up the white jade waist tag from his waist and raised it above his head. Fa Yuan and the other 3 stood quietly 20 feet away from him, looking at him with a compassionate expression like the Buddha. Chu Li laughed and waved the white jade waist tag. The people saw the waist tag in his hand and recognized that he was a guard of the House of High Duke. They all made way for him. Chu Li withdrew his gaze from Fa Yuan and the others. He put away the waist tag and staggered into the town gate. There was blood on the ground under his feet, which caused the people to talk. Fa Yuan and the other 3 people flashed and disappeared from where they stood. They were nowhere to be seen. Chu Li stepped into the town and was rushed by the bustling atmosphere. His vision darkened. Chapter 160. Chu Li was sometimes conscious, and at other times he was in a daze. Relying on his remaining spirit, he maintained the influx of spiritual energy from all directions to stabilize his injuries. The power that Fa Yuan and the others displayed this time was beyond his imagination. It was truly terrifying. Sun Jun and Wang Shuani were rank 7 protectors. Sun Jun, like his name, was extremely handsome. Wang Xuani's appearance was average. His face was full of bumps and hollows that affected his appearance, but his calmness and honesty were trustworthy. They were both very talented in martial arts. They entered the innate mastery's boundary at a young age. They could not wait to take on a mission and spent half a month to complete the escort mission. The reward was generous. With a large sum of money, it was considered a huge sum in the past. Naturally, they wanted to enjoy life. They had breakfast at the Sky Inn in the morning. After leisurely eating, they could not stay idle. They wandered around the town for half a day and finally decided to go out to play. At this time, there were many beautiful sceneries in the suburbs. As they walked toward the south gate of the town, they suddenly saw the crowd opening a path. In the midst of people's screams, a man covered in blood staggered out of the crowd. He was about to fall at any time. They were startled and looked at each other before rushing over. They were full of energy and wanted to find something to do. When they saw the situation, they immediately stepped forward. "It's the public house guard." Wang Xuani supported Chu Li and saw the white jade waist tag on Chu Li's hand. Rank 3 scribe. Sun Jun's expression changed. The two looked at each other again. A rank 3 scribe was definitely an important person. They usually did not have the chance to meet him. They had heard Chu Li's name, but did not recognize him. Without hesitation, the two carried Chu Li and rushed forward. As they ran, they shouted, "Make way! Make way! The public house has an emergency." The people on the street quickly made way and looked over curiously. Seeing the two of them running faster than a horse, they began to discuss curiously. "Something big is going to happen." People shook their heads and sighed. They heard someone from the public house. Someone else is going to be in trouble. Sun Jun and Wang Xuani ran to the south gate of the public house in one breath. They shouted from afar, "Quick, call the 100 Herb Courtyard's high official, rank 3 scribe." Two protectors stood at the south gate of the public house. They stood motionless beside the two stone lions like statues, their auras concealed by the stone lions. It was as if they were standing in the shadows. They were often overlooked. One of the guards turned around and ran into the mansion. His speed was as fast as the wind. He crossed the square and stepped onto a small boat. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot towards the 100 Herb Courtyard in the distance. Sun Jun and Wang Xuani did not stop. He boarded the boat and rushed to the martial arts hall. The training field in front of the martial arts practice hall was bustling. They practiced sabers, swords, spears, rods, and other strange weapons. There were all kinds of them, and they were in full swing. "Excuse me, make way," Sun Jun shouted. Everyone stopped what they were doing and saw that Chu Li was covered in blood. He hurriedly made way for Sun Jun and Wang Xuani, curiously looking at Chu Li. Chu Li was covered in blood, but his face was clean. Only the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. "It's Chu Li," someone shouted. Yes, it's Chu Li," someone else chimed in. "What happened?" "Junior brother, son, what's wrong?" "I don't know, I saw at the South City Gate." Sun Jun and Wang Xuani strode through the passageway as they replied. "He seemed to be badly injured, so we carried him back." "This is the youth champion, Chu Li. Who could be so powerful to injure him like this? This injury is too serious. I'm afraid it's dangerous. As long as he's still breathing." With the existence of the spirit blessing pill, as long as he was breathing, he would not die. However, with such a serious injury, the most terrifying thing was not his life. If his martial arts were destroyed, he would be a useless person even if he was alive. There was no point in living. May the Buddha bless him. Sigh. People shook their heads and sighed. Chu Li was the youth champion. He was a top-notch martial arts master. No one knew what kind of opponent he encountered to be so seriously injured. If it were them, they would probably lose their lives. As a protector, no matter how strong their martial arts were, even a grandmaster would not be able to escape from danger. While people were discussing, a small boat suddenly docked. Guam Yulin carried a medicine box and rushed over. His body movement technique was extremely fast. High official Gua has come personally. A rank 3 scribe. What kind of identity is that? Of course, High official Gua has to come personally when he's injured. With High official Gua here, there should be no problem. That's not necessarily true. Our cultivation level is low, so our injuries are easy to heal. But for a martial arts master like Chu Li, who could injure him, it's not easy to heal. All right, stop talking. People will think that you're gloating. I'm not. I know you won't dare. Guomulin rushed to the basilica. Chu Li was lying on the long counter in the Hall of Martial Arts. Blood was still flowing, slowly flowing down the counter. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Guomulin's expression did not change, but when he saw Chu Li lying on the bed, his expression changed. Chu Li? Sun Jun said, Elder Gua, we saw Chu Li at the town gate. Is he all right? Wang Shuani also stared at Guomulin. Guomulin waved his hand and pressed on Chu Li's wrist. Hiss! Chu Li's clothes were torn, revealing his chest. There were 5 bloody holes that were bleeding. 3 were on his chest, and 2 on his left and right shoulder respectively. White bones could be seen. Everyone took a deep breath. It's finger force. Guomulin touched the bloody holes and said coldly, What a vicious finger force. What finger force is this? Wang Shuani asked curiously. If he were to encounter this kind of finger force in the future, he would hide as far as he could. Guomulin channeled his energy and examined Chu Li's chest for a moment. He sneered, The Temple of Tempest, perishable touch. Perishable touch? Sun Jun was surprised. The Temple of Tempest did this? Did you see the monks from the Temple of Tempest? It seems like there were monks, but they did not enter the town. They stopped outside the town. There were 4 of them, and their faces were shining. Many people must have seen them, Sun Jun said. Wang Shuani said, Maybe they were chasing after Chu Li. Damn bald donkeys. Guomulin scoffed. He opened the wooden box and took out some ointment to stop the bleeding, but it did not work. Guomulin's face turned gloomy. He knew this was the result. The perishable touch was vicious. The finger force could not heal the wound, and it would continue to bleed until there was no more blood. Young Zheng, bring me the emerald sky liquid. He turned his head and said to a beautiful girl behind the counter. He threw the jade tag on his waist to her. Yes. The beautiful girl took the jade tag and replied respectfully. She would never give the emerald sky liquid to a normal doctor from the 100 Herb Courtyard. Guomulin was the chief high official of the 100 Herb Courtyard. Of course, she had to obey his orders. She had a graceful figure and wore a light green gown. Her movements were like smoke. She went behind a screen in the main hall and quickly came back. She took out a green jade bottle. The green was tender and fresh. It was so green that people could not help but want to take a deep breath and inhale the green into their bodies. She held the green jade bottle carefully and spoke softly. Elder Gua, there's only half a bottle of emerald sky liquid left. I know. Mulin waved his hand impatiently. He took the green jade bottle and opened the stopper. Then, he took out a white jade bottle from his inner pocket. He poured out 5 spirit blessing pills and poured them all into the azure sky liquid. Chapter 161. Everyone looked at his actions in shock. They did not know how precious the emerald sky liquid was, but the spirit blessing pill was equivalent to a life. He had taken 5 of them in one go. How strong would it be? Mulin shook the green jade bottle and poured out some green ointment. He applied it on Chu Li's wound. A thick layer of green ointment sealed the wound. Soon, there was no more blood flowing out. Elder Mulin, did you stop the bleeding? Sun Jun asked carefully. Stop. Mulin said impatiently. Stop my asterisk SS? We're in big trouble. All right, you guys go do what you need to do. Don't cause trouble here, it's annoying. We can help, Sun Jun said. Help my asterisk SS. What can you guys do? Mulin said coldly. Can you die for him? Junior Chu Li's injury? Wang Shuani was shocked. Can't he be saved? His life is hanging by a thread. Mulin scoffed. He's tough anyway. Others will definitely die, but he has a chance. He had personally experienced Chu Li's exuberant vitality. He would not die even if he had a fatal injury. He would be full of vigor. He might be able to pull through this time. He turned his head and said, Young Zheng, go inform the Jade Guardian Island and inform the third lady. Yes. Young Miss Zheng answered crisply and gracefully left. Shao Qi and Su Ru were cultivating at the stargazing tower. Soon, someone informed them. When Xiaoqi and Su Ru heard the news, their faces changed. Xiaoqi stood at the window and frowned as she stared at the direction of the martial arts hall. Su Ru quickly said, "My lady, I'll go and take a look." Xiaoqi said, "Bring him back to the Gloriesville courtyard." "Yes," Su Ru answered and called for 2 maids. The small boat flew and soon arrived at the martial arts hall. The people outside the martial arts hall were not in the mood to cultivate. They were all talking about Chu Li's injury. When they saw Su Ru and the 2 maids, they quickly shut up and fist saluted. Su Ru waved her hand and rushed into the martial arts hall. She saw Chu Li covered in blood. Her face darkened. "Elder Mulin, what happened?" They were ambushed by the bald donkeys from the Tempest Temple. Mulin scoffed. "Those bald donkeys are scourges. They deserve to die." Su Ru asked, "Is Chu Li's injury serious?" "Half and half." Mulin's face was gloomy. He shook his head and said, "It all depends on him. He has already consumed the spirit blessing pill. The Great Lane Temple's perishable finger is extremely vicious, and they rarely use it. It seems like they think highly of Chu Li. I'll bring him back." Su Ru pursed her lips and said coldly, "Let Lady Xiao think of a way." "Heis, go ahead." Mulin waved his hand. He was already powerless, and the rest depended on Chu Li's own abilities. Su Ru did not care that she was covered in blood. She helped Chu Li onto the small boat and returned to the Jade Guardian Island. The crowd watched as the boat gradually disappeared from their field of vision, and once again began to discuss. Chu Li was indeed highly regarded by the Third Lady. Su Ru stepped onto the Jade Guardian Island and waved her hand to signal the 2 maids to leave. She then helped Chu Li back to the Gloriesville courtyard. Xueling had already opened the door and walked out without even knocking. Xiaoqi was dressed in a white tunic as she stood behind the door. He frowned at Chu Li. "Miss, he's badly hurt." Su Ru looked worried. "Eldergua can't do anything. He can only rely on himself." Xueling was stunned. She was motionless and her face was pale. Xiaoqi stepped out of the courtyard and supported Chu Li's other side. She entered the Gloriesville courtyard and sent him into his room to lie on the bed. Xiaoqi held his wrist and frowned at Chu Li's face. What a strange inner energy. The Temple of Tempest's perishable touch. Su Ru said. Xiaoqi's face darkened. Of course, she had heard of the perishable touch. Why did the Temple of Tempest's martial arts have to be trained in Buddhism first? It was because there were many evil antique studies, and the perishable touch was one of them. Su Ru quickly asked, "Do you have a way, Lady Xiao?" Xiaoqi bit her lower lip and slowly shook her head. "He's trained in the sentient menace. He should be able to survive." Chu Li was in a trance. He felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. The pure spiritual energy flowed around his body. He felt comfortable all over and slowly woke up. He let out a long sigh and slowly opened his eyes. "Chief." He saw Su Ru sitting on the side of his bed. She looked at him in a daze. Su Ru's eyes widened and she shouted in surprise, "You're awake." "Master, you're awake?" Xueling rushed in from outside. Chu Li tried his best to prop himself up. Su Ru and Xueling quickly came over to help him up. "How long did I sleep?" Chu Li looked at the bright window. Through the shadow cast on the bed, he knew it was noon. Su Ru rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. "You slept for a whole day." Chu Li was surprised. "Only a day? A day is still short." Su Ru scoffed. "It was the monks from the Temple of Tempest, wasn't it?" Sighed. Chu Li sighed. As expected of the Temple of Tempest. The Temple of Tempest had thousands of years of heritage. It was extremely profound. It was indeed extraordinary. He was heavily injured this time because he took advantage of the situation. He just did not expect the perishable touch to be so powerful. It seemed that the Temple of Tempest really wanted to kill him. The power of the mysterious martial arts displayed by Fa Yuan and the other 3 was shocking. It was even more terrifying than the perishable touch. His intuition told him that if he were to face it head-on, he could only retreat. Su Ru said, "You almost died this time. The monks from the Temple of Tempest are really powerful. Your injury needs to be treated slowly. Elder Gua has examined it for you. There's no other way. You can only rely on your stupid martial arts to resolve it bit by bit." Xueling came in with a bowl of porridge. "Master, let me feed you." No need. Chu Li smiled. I'm not that fragile. Can you use your arm? Suru scoffed. Chu Li lifted his arm and sighed. His injury was on his shoulder. He could not use any strength. Xueling pursed her lips and smiled. Let me do it. She sat in front of Chu Li, scooped up a spoon, and blew on it. Her breath smelled like orchids, and she brought it to his mouth. Chu Li's stomach growled a few times as he smelled the fragrance. His hunger surged like a tidal wave. He opened his mouth to eat the porridge, and Xueling fed him spoon by spoon. Take your time to recover. Don't worry about anything else. I'm leaving, Suru said as she walked out. I have to tell Lady Xiao. She's worried too. Tell Lady Xiao not to worry. I won't die that easily. Chu Li smiled. You. Suru shook her head and left. There were only the two of them in the house. It suddenly became quiet. Xueling's action of feeding him the porridge became stiff. Her cheeks blushed even more. Chu Li smiled and looked at her. Who else knows that I'm injured? Everyone knows. Xueling blew on the porridge and said, You looked too scary at that time. Chu Li asked, Who saved me? It was 2 rank 7 protectors. Xueling said, Sun Jun and Wang Xuani. They saw your waist tag and carried you back to the martial arts hall in the public house. Elder Gua went over to save you. I really have to thank them. Chu Li sighed. This time, I almost failed miserably. Xueling stopped her spoon and glared at him. When she saw his injury, she was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. Her whole body? Rumbled. Chu Li smiled. Don't worry. I won't die. Don't say such things. Xueling scoffed. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Xiaoqi's footsteps could be heard from outside. Chapter 162. Xueling finished feeding Chu Li a bowl of porridge and was about to feed him a second bowl when Xiaoqi floated into the room. Chu Li smiled at Xiaoqi. My lady. Xiaoqi's face was cold. Nonsense. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect the Tempest Temple to have such an antique study. I'm impressed. Xiaoqi scoffed. If the Tempest Temple is so easy to deal with, the Imperial Court would have destroyed them long ago. Do you think you're not afraid of them just because you have good light body technique? She sat in front of the bed, and Xueling quickly moved away. Her tender fingers touched Chu Li's wrist and felt the overflowing vitality. Xiaoqi slowly retracted her fingers and said, Suru, Xueling, both of you go out first. I have something to say to Chu Li. Yes. Suru pulled Xueling and closed the door. Xiaoqi's eyes were like water as she quietly looked at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. Xiaoqi said, You killed him, right? Chu Li raised his eyebrows and nodded slowly. You're getting bolder. Xiaoqi said lightly. Chu Li smiled. If it weren't for the monks from the Tempest Temple, I wouldn't have dared to kill him. Xiaoqi said, You want to frame the Tempest Temple? Chu Li smiled. My lady, what do you think if I'm seriously injured and not treated? Xiaoqi frowned and shook her head. He wanted to fake his death to escape. It was a good plan, why? Lu Yurong thought highly of me. She wrote to him and asked him to kill me. Chu Li shook his head helplessly. If he doesn't die, then I will. With your light body technique, can he kill you? He used Xueling and the Temple of Autumn to threaten me. Chu Li sighed. I had no choice but to get rid of him. Lu Yurong again. Xiaoqi frowned. This Zhao Zilai was too arrogant. He thought that by using this to force Chu Li would not dare to escape and could only fight with him. He was also sure that Chu Li would not dare to kill him. This was the road to death. No wonder Chu Li wanted to kill him. Chu Li said, Will there be trouble in our public house? The identity of the Imperial House's high official was not a commoner. Xiaoqi frowned. The Imperial Court will not let this go. Zhao Zilai's identity is also the Imperial Court's reputation. If there's really no other way, I'll fake my death and escape, Chu Li said. It'll save me some trouble. He could imagine it. The Imperial Court would definitely put pressure on the public house. After all, the public house was only a public house. It was impossible for them to go against the Imperial family. Let's wait and see. Xiaoqi shook her head. The position of the High Duke's public house was different from that of the government. It was not something that the Imperial Court could deal with. Chu Li said, Do you think that I can frame the Tempest Temple? Are you confident? Xiaoqi asked. Chu Li's way of handling the situation was very clever. Zhao Zilai had a knife wound on his body. It looked like he was the one who killed him, but if one looked closely, the wound on Zhao Zilai's chest was not caused by a flying dagger, which was suspicious. Shao Qi suddenly realized that the wound on his heart was the key. What kind of martial art did he use to injure his heart? Spear finger strike. Chu Li smiled. It's the unique, antique study of the Tempest Temple. Co. Qi raised her eyebrows. You also know the spear finger strike? Chu Li shook his head. I can only use it when I reach the Grandmaster's boundary. Shao Qi pondered for a moment. Fine, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. You should recuperate first. Chu Li replied, There's no hurry. Shao Qi frowned. Chu Li smiled. The Imperial Court will send someone to investigate, right? We have to let them take a closer look. Perishable finger is vicious. Be careful not to burn yourself playing with fire. Yes. Shao Qi looked at him and felt that there was nothing more to say. He did not kill Zhao Zilai on impulse. He had thought about it carefully and thought of a way out. Even if it was her, she would do the same. She could not let Zhao Zilai go just because of his identity. Go! 6 horses rushed into Chongming Town with a gold medal. They galloped unscrupulously on the streets of Chongming Town. The noisy streets were suddenly in chaos. People were screaming and cursing. The High Duke's public house was the biggest in Chongming Town. Even the protectors of the High Duke's public house would not be so unscrupulous. The 6 middle-aged knights were dressed in purple. Their faces were gloomy, and their eyes swept across the people who were cursing. These people stared fearlessly. No matter how arrogant a martial arts master was, they had to be obedient when they arrived at Chongming Town. If they really dared to kill someone, the High Duke's public house would not let them go. Therefore, the residents of Chongming Town were not afraid of martial arts masters. The 6 knights sneered and sped up. They left the cursing far away and rushed to the front gate of the High Duke's public house in a short while. Halt! 2 guards stepped out from the shadows beside the stone lions. They held onto their swords and shouted in a deep voice. Nay! The 6 horses neighed softly. They raised their hooves and stopped in front of the 2 protectors. The 6 middle-aged knights landed on the ground. A shining gold medal was thrown to a protector. The Imperial House's protector is here. The guard was in his 20s. His face was long and narrow, and his eyes were long and narrow. His whole body exuded a lazy aura. He flipped the gold medal over and over again, then slowly cupped his fists and said, Please wait a moment. Let me report. They could not stand the insolence of these 6 knights. If it were not for their duty, they would have pulled them down from their horses. Ask your High Duke to come out and greet us, a middle-aged knight said coldly. The 2 protectors of the High Duke's public house rolled their eyes. They glanced at them and smiled. The narrow-faced protector kept the gold medal and strode into the public house. The 6 middle-aged knights coldly stared at the remaining protectors. This protector was in his early 20s. He had a baby face and looked very happy. He stared at them coldly and did not show any signs of weakness. The gazes of these 6 people were like swords that wanted to pierce through him. You have some guts. The 6 knights looked at him for a while. Seeing that he did not back down, they raised their chin and nodded. Not useless. The baby-faced protector stared at them coldly and did not say a word. He had a feeling that if he said anything, they would take the opportunity to attack him. He was no match for them. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. He could only hope that someone from the public house would come quickly. Hurried footsteps could be heard. Co. Taiying brought a group of people to the front gate. He closed fists saluted from afar. Dear angels, you have come from afar. Please come in. Co. Taiying was followed by Lin Quan, Zhao Qingshan, and the other grandmasters. The 6 knights glanced at Co. Taiying and the others and closed fists saluted. Master Co., we have come under orders. Please excuse us. Dear angels, you must have had a long journey. Go in and have some tea to moisten your throat. We can talk later. Co. Taiying laughed heartily. He did not seem to mind their arrogance and coldness. The 6 middle-aged men nodded slowly. They were escorted into the public house by Co. Taiying and the others. Iron Eagle Island Hall. After everyone took their seats, tea was quickly served. Zhao Qingshan and the other 5 sat below Co Taiying. Ling Quan stood behind Co Taiying. The 6 middle-aged knights put down their teacups and looked at Co Taiying coldly. The leader of the group was a middle-aged knight with sallow skin. He had a sickly look on his face, but he looked sharp. He stared at Chu Li. "Master Co, we have offended you this time. Please hand over the murderer who killed Brother Zhao." "Murderer?" Co Taiying put down his teacup and said slowly, "Does Senior Song know who the murderer is?" Song Siwen said coldly, "I heard that the person who traveled with Brother Zhao is called Chu Li. Is he the one who killed Brother Zhao?" Co Taiying's handsome face slowly turned gloomy. He said coldly, "6 angels, you are saying that Senior Zhao was killed by the public house? Chu Li? Brother Zhao's martial arts were outstanding. How could he have died for no reason?" A middle-aged man nodded slowly and sneered. "Could it be that the public house wants to protect the murderer?" Chapter 163. Song Siwen frowned. "Do we even need to investigate? We'll know at a glance. Do you know who Chu Li is? He's from the public house. Then do you know that Chu Li is just a scribe who just entered the innate mastery's boundary?" Co Ting said coldly. "A kid who just entered the innate mastery's boundary killed a high official of the imperial house. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Killing someone doesn't necessarily require martial arts." "That's interesting." Co Taiying sneered at him. "A grandmaster would be ambushed? Protector Song, can you please use your brain? Don't embarrass the imperial house." "Master Co, what do you mean?" Song Siwen's expression changed. Co Taiying sneered. "I'd like to ask you, what do you mean? You didn't even look at it and just convicted him. Is this how you angels do things? I'd like to ask the emperor himself. Did he send a bunch of incompetent and unreasonable people to purposely discuss the public house?" You. Song Siwen stood up and pointed at Co Taiying. "Co, you've gone too far." Co Taiying picked up his teacup and slowly took a sip. He sneered at him. "You didn't get off your horse when you entered the city. You just galloped in the city. You guys sure are impressive. We were ordered to come here to prevent the murderer from escaping. Of course, we were a little anxious." Song Siwen slowly sat down and coldly said, "Even if we were a little careless, I'm sure the emperor wouldn't blame us." "Careless?" Co Taiying sneered. "Do you guys still want to gallop in the public house? In order to fulfill the emperor's orders, we can only offend you." Song Siwen said calmly. Co Taiying scoffed. "Do you guys really think that High Official Zhao was killed by Chu Li? Of course it was him." Song Siwen scoffed. "He brought Brother Zhao out of the city. In the end, Brother Zhao died, and he survived. An innate master killing a grandmaster? That's strange." Co Taiying shook his head and laughed. "If an innate master could really kill an innate master, I'd rather not be a high official of the imperial house. It's too embarrassing. From what we know, Chu Li has killed a grandmaster before." Song Siwen said calmly. "Can a normal grandmaster compare to High Official Zhao?" Co Taiying said. "He was lucky to be able to kill a normal grandmaster. High Official Zhao was a high official from the imperial house. You can be killed by him?" "That's not necessarily true." Song Siwen said. "There's always a time when a boat capsizes in a ditch. If that's the case, are you sure that it's Chu Li?" Co Taiying sneered. "Don't you want to take a look at High Official Zhao's injuries?" "There's no harm in taking a look," Song Siwen said. "I believe you've already dealt with it." No wonder." Co Taiying shook his head and said, "Gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Did you think that we would fake the scars? This small matter is not worth mentioning to the House of High Dukes," Song Siwen said lightly. "Sure, let's take a look first. After we've seen it, I hope you'll be able to say those words." Co Taiying sneered. "Please." Song Siwen stood up. Everyone walked out of the living room. Song Siwen said nonchalantly, "All right, did you guys send Chu Li away first? Don't worry, he's heavily injured. He can't leave even if he wanted to." Co Taiying said coldly, "If he's really the murderer, the public house will punish him according to the rules. We will not let go of anyone who damages the relationship between the House of High Dukes and the imperial family. As he spoke, his gaze shifted back and forth between the 6 people's faces. The threat was clear. He sighed in his heart. Chuli was too bold. He really dared to kill a high official from the imperial house. The 6 protectors from the imperial house looked at Zhao Zilai's corpse. Their faces were gloomy as they walked out of the courtyard and stood in front of Co Taiying. Let's go back and talk. Co Taiying walked towards the pleasure boat. The injuries on his body are from flying blades, right? Yes, it's flying blades. Chuli uses flying blades, right? Looks like it's really him. Song Siwen nodded and looked at Co Ting. Master Co, we want to meet this Chu Li and ask him face to face. Otherwise, Master Co will always say that we've wronged him. All right. Co Taiying smiled. Of course we want to meet Chu Li. Follow me. A pleasure boat slowly sailed to the East Garden. Li was already waiting on the shore. He bowed from afar with a flattering smile on his face. Everyone got off the pleasure boat and stepped into the East Garden. Co Ting said, Liu, how is Chu Li? Liu's flattering smile disappeared, and he sighed, Not too good. Let's go and have a look. Co Taiying took the lead and walked forward. Lin Quan quickly followed. Zhao Qing Shan, Song Siwen, and the others followed closely behind. They arrived at the courtyard where Chu Li was. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, the strong smell of medicine hit them. They could not help but want to cough. In the middle of the courtyard, Chu Li was lying on a bed and basking in the sun. He stared at the sky with his eyes wide open. His face was as pale as paper, and he looked haggard. It looked like a tree that was about to die of drought, with its last breath. Chu Li. Co Taiying laughed in his heart, but his face was cold. These are the protectors from the imperial house. They are here to investigate the cause of High Official Zhao's death. They want to ask you a few questions. Chu Li's gloomy eyes fell on Song Siwen and the others. He said coldly, Ask away. You are Chu Li? Song Siwen came to the bed and frowned at Chu Li. Are you injured? Chu Li sighed. Song Siwen said, Zhao Zilai. Chu Li scoffed, Zhao Zilai. Song Siwen's spirit was lifted. He quickly said, Do you have a grudge against Zhao Zilai? A grudge of life and death. Chu Li said coldly. So you killed Zhao Zilai? Song Siwen asked. Chu Li scoffed. I really want to kill him. Good, it's good that it's you. Song Siwen quickly said. Chu Li glanced at him and sneered. Don't you understand human language? Can I kill him? Chu Li, speak properly. Tell me what is going on. Co Taiying coughed and said in a low voice. Chu Li glanced at Song Siwen lazily and scoffed. High official of the imperial house? What bullsh asterisk T high official of the imperial house? Colluding with the monks from the Tempest Temple to plot against me. This is the work of the high official of the imperial house. Song Siwen was stunned. He stared at him and shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Chu Li said coldly. Can't you check if I'm talking nonsense or not? Just ask the monks from the Tempest Temple. What a joke. Song Siwen sneered. Although he was shocked by Chu Li's words, he quickly calmed down. If Zhao Zilai wants to kill you, why bother with all that trouble? He could just kill you directly. He wants to kill me? Chu Li curled his lips and said disdainfully, He doesn't have that ability. You're just an innate master. How dare you? Song Siwen turned his head and sneered at Co Taiying. Master Co, your public house is really talented. Co Taiying said. Chu Li's light body technique is the best. High official Zhao Zilai really can't kill him. What a joke. Song Siwen scoffed. Co Taiying said coldly. If the Tempest Temple wants to kill Chu Li, why would they need High Official Zhao Zilai's help? If Chu Li can be killed so easily, the Tempest Temple wouldn't have failed so many times. The closest they got to success was this time. High Official Zhao Zilai helped them a lot. I want to examine his wound. Song Siwen scoffed. Of course, there's no problem. Co Taiying said, Oh right, High Official Zhao Zilai. What's the deal with the fatal wound on his chest? What kind of martial art did he use? You protectors from the Imperial House are knowledgeable. I'm sure you can recognize it. What about Master Co Taiying? I don't know. Co Taiying shook his head. I've never seen him before. Chapter 164. Co. Tying scoffed. The martial arts of the Tempest Temple are profound. Of course you wouldn't recognize it. Song Siwen gritted his teeth and frowned. Was Zhao Zilai really a killer from the Tempest Temple? Logically speaking, no matter how brave Chu Li was, he would not dare to kill a high official from the Imperial House. He should understand that this was a matter of pride. The Imperial House would never let it go. The House of High Dukes would not dare to protect him at the risk of falling out with the Imperial House. It was said that Chu Li was a smart guy and would not make such a mistake. Smart people were usually calm and would not be impulsive. They would weigh the pros and cons of everything. Zhao Zilai had only been here for a day. It was impossible for him to have any deep hatred with him. He was a rank 3 scribe of the House of High Dukes. He had a bright future. Would he kill someone because of a small grudge, go against the Imperial House, and ruin his bright future? Co. Tying scoffed. You can't recognize the injury and you can't recognize Chu Li's injury. It's the same whether you look or not. Is Master Co. feeling guilty? Song Siwen said slowly. Brother Zhao Zilai's crane-pecking energy is unique. It can hurt people's internal organs. It looks similar to Chu Li's injury. Ha! Co. Tying sneered. Protector Song, your eyesight is amazing. You can even see this. All right, Chu Li, let him see if it's the crane-pecking energy. Chu Li glanced at Song Siwen. Your eyesight is shallow. You might not be able to see it, Brother Li. Liu stepped forward and helped him to untie his shirt. His chest and shoulders were exposed. There were still a few bloody holes with a trace of blood dripping down. It was a ghastly sight. This is the crane-pecking energy? Co. Tying said impatiently. Open your eyes and look. Don't make a fool of yourself. Song Siwen frowned as he looked at the 4 bloody holes. He stretched out his hand to press on Chu Li's chest. Zhao Zilai's hand blocked his palm. Zhao Zilai extended his hand and looked at him coldly. Song Siwen turned his head. Master Co., what do you mean? Are you afraid to let me check? I'm afraid that Protector Song Co. would do something that you would regret. Co. Tying snorted. If Chu Li's injury worsens, don't blame me for being rude. Could it be that the ancestor had protected the great ancestor and established the great Ji dynasty so that the younger generation could be bullied like this? I want to ask His Majesty in person. Do you think we're in the way and want to remove our public house? Song Siwen's face changed slightly. The relationship between the imperial family and the High Duke's public house was delicate. It was not something that the protectors of the imperial house could meddle with. Even the emperor and the empress had to give the House of Dukes some face. At that time, he would be the unlucky one. He would definitely be pushed out to vent the resentment of the Mi public house. Co. Tying waved his hand. Zhao Qingshan stared coldly at Song Siwen and slowly withdrew his hand. Song Siwen also glared at him coldly. He probed Chu Li's inner energy and found that his life force had dried up. A strange force was devouring his life force, causing him to slowly weaken and eventually die. Protector Song, do you recognize what kind of martial arts this is? Co. Tying scoffed. Song Siwen looked at him hesitantly. Co. Tying sneered. In this world, other than the perishable touch, what other martial art could be so vicious? Song Siwen's face darkened, and he remained silent. Elder Song, what kind of injury is it? A guard from the Imperial House asked. Song Siwen raised his head and sighed. He looked at his 5 companions. It is indeed the perishable touch. He had a deep impression of the perishable touch. One of his best friends was struck by it, and he could only watch helplessly as he watched his friend die. Even the imperial family spirit medicine could not stop the perishable touch from devouring and destroying it. He looked at Chu Li with sympathy and shook his head. There was no need to pursue the matter further. After being struck by the perishable touch, Chu Li would definitely die. If he was struck by it, the famous spirit blessing pill of the House of Duke might be able to save his life. However, looking at his injury, it was at least 4 fingers. No matter how miraculous the spirit blessing pill was, it would not be able to save his life. Perishable touch. The 5 Imperial House protectors' faces changed. As the Imperial House protectors, They had conflicts with the Tempest Temple and had experienced the power of the Tempest Temple. No less than 10 of their companions had died under the perishable touch. They looked at Chu Li strangely. Chu Li smiled. This finger force, this is the work of High Official Zhao. High Official Zhao would never collude with the disciples of the Tempest Temple. Song Siwen scoffed. Chu Li shook his head. If he did not lure me out of the town, I would not have gone out to die. If he did not stop me from seeing the disciples of the Tempest Temple, I would have escaped long ago. How could I have been struck by the perishable touch? Xiao Taiying said coldly. Everyone. Is Chu Li joking with the perishable touch? All right. He is weak now and cannot speak much. Let's talk outside. Before Song Siwen left, he turned to look at Chu Li and shook his head. After being struck by so many perishable touches, he would definitely die. What a pity. Chu Li waited for them to leave and immediately began to circulate his spiritual energy to suppress the aura of the perishable touch. The perishable touch was indeed extremely poisonous. It was like a maggot attached to the bone, unable to be eliminated. Instead, it grew stronger day by day. Fortunately, he had the life and death scripture and the glories will tree to harvest vitality and spiritual energy to fight against it. He estimated that if it was someone else who was struck by a few fingers, they would have died by now. A small boat floated on the lake. Su Ru and Shui stood on the small boat. As soon as they reached the shore, they floated into the small courtyard. One on the left and the other on the right, they helped Chu Li onto the small boat. They then drove the boat back to the Jade Guardian Island and entered the Glories Will courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the Glories Will courtyard, Chu Li let out a long sigh of relief. The pure aura of the Glories Will tree surged into his body and immediately suppressed the perishable touch. The Glories Will tree was indeed strange. If it was not for it, he would not have dared to put on the show just now. However, the aura of the Glories Will tree was able to suppress the perishable touch. Master, how was it? Did they believe you? Shui and Su Ru carefully placed him on the bed and asked curiously, did we pass? Chu Li smiled and looked towards the direction of the Iron Eagle Island. It's all up to Master Xiao. Xiao Taiying brought everyone back to the main hall of the Iron Eagle Island. After they sat down, he said coldly, Protector Song, do you understand now? You still want to capture Chu Li? Master Xiao, after all, Brother Zhao died in the territory of the public house. Song Siwen's tone softened and sighed. It's useless for you to make things difficult for us. The guilty party is the first to complain. Xiao Taiying scoffed. I wanted to ask the emperor for an explanation to the public house. Why did the high officials from the imperial house want to assassinate the higher-ups of the public house? High-ranking. Song Siwen laughed. He's so young. How can he be considered as a high-ranking official? Lin Quan closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Protector Song, Chu Li is a rank 3 scribe. Rank 3? Song Siwen frowned. Xiao Taiying scoffed. Although he's young, he has many meritorious deeds. The public house has always been based on talent. The promotion of a scribe's rank does not depend on one's background or anything else, only on one's meritorious deeds. That's a real talent. Song Siwen shook his head and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. What's a pity? Xiao Taiying scoffed. You still won't let him go? Song Siwen sighed. Master Xiao, it's not that we won't let him go, it's that the perishable touch won't let him go. He's been hit by 4 perishable touches. He's dead for sure. Chapter 165. Young Master, we still have things to do, so we can't leave. Song Siwen shook his head. We have to go to the outskirts to see where they fought. Are you guys still suspecting Chu Li? Xiao Taiying said coldly. I think you guys are just bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. You guys don't have the guts to deal with the Tempest Temple. Eldest young master, that's not right. Song Siwen's face darkened as he scoffed. If it's really the Tempest Temple's doing, of course we'll settle the score with these monks. You want to settle the score with the Tempest Temple? Xiao Taiying cast a sidelong glance at them and sneered. You talk big. I don't think you dare to speak the truth. Young master, what do you mean? Song Siwen frowned. Co. Tying scoffed. Do you really think that I cannot see the wound on High Official Zhao's chest? Song Siwen's face turned gloomy as he snorted. I don't understand what you're saying. You guys have frequent dealings with the monks from the Tempest Temple. I don't believe you guys can't tell. Co. Tying sneered. That's the spear finger strike. Song Siwen's face darkened as he sneered at Co. Tying. So Master Co. has set us up. Who knew that you would be so stupid as to crawl in so obediently? Co. Tying scoffed. You obviously recognized us. Why didn't you say anything? Are you afraid that I'll find out? Are you trying to frame Chu Li? Or are you afraid of becoming enemies with the Tempest Temple? Song Siwen snorted. There are some things that you don't have to say so clearly. Everyone knew about the Imperial Court's apprehension towards the Tempest Temple. If they were to fight against the Tempest Temple, not only would they not gain any benefits, but they would also suffer heavy casualties. They felt aggrieved and resentful, but also fearful and apprehensive. It would be best if they did not fight against the Tempest Temple. Co. Tying said, You guys are really embarrassing. The Imperial Court can't do anything to the sections. It's all because of your incompetence. Don't you understand how powerful the Great Tempest Temple is? Song Siwen said, They're hunting down your public house's rank 3 scribe. Chu Li is about to die, and your public house dares to find trouble with him? Who said that Chu Li would die? Co. Tying said coldly. He will recover very soon. Song Siwen curled his lips and shook his head. Young master, we all know the power of the perishable touch. He's dead for sure. Eldest young master, whether you agree or not, will have to go out of the city tomorrow to take a look. Fine, it's up to you. Co. Tying scoffed. Chu Li cannot move. Look for it yourselves. Song Siwen took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Before he came, he was already mentally prepared. The relationship between the 12 public houses and the Imperial Court was subtle. It was not surprising that Co. Tying did not take them seriously. We want to take a break, Song Siwen said. Co. Tying said, Lin Quan, bring them to rest. Yes. Lin Quan stepped forward with a smile and cupped his fists. The 6 of you, please follow me. We will go to the abode. Song Siwen and the other 5 gave a fist salute to Co. Tying and left the hall without saying a word. Co. Tying sat coldly on his armchair as he watched them leave. As soon as they left, he immediately stood up and paced around, shouting, Men. A maid came to the door lightly. Young master, invite 3rd Miss over. Yes. Xiao Qi, dressed in white, came over. Seeing Co. Tying's restless appearance, she said lightly, Big brother, is the situation not good? Chu Li is too bold. He actually accused Zhao Zilai of colluding with the Tempest Temple to ambush him. Co. Tying shook his head. I thought he would say that he did not know anything. He only cared about escaping. Did they believe him? Doubtful. Co. Tying shook his head. These people are very observant. They are also afraid of the Tempest Temple. The rest is just wrangling. I will make a scene. They are looking for you because of the perishable touch. They said that Chu Li will definitely die. If he is hit by the perishable touch 4 times, he will definitely die. I think it is not a lie. The Imperial House protectors had a lot of dealings with the Tempest Temple. Many of them had died in the hands of the Tempest Temple. Their words were trustworthy. Perishable touch. Xiao Qi frowned. She sat on the armchair and sighed. It is indeed troublesome. Can Chu Li hold on? Co. Tying quickly asked. Xiao Qi pondered and said, looking at Chu Li's expression, he should be fine. When he saved second eldest sister, Elder Guo also predicted that he would die. Yet he managed to hold on. He will recover quickly. Elder Guo also said that his vitality is much stronger than ordinary people. That's good. Co. Tying let out a long sigh of relief. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This Chu Li is really... He really didn't know what to say, so he didn't have anything to say. His ability to cause trouble was even better. He became enemies with the Tempest Temple and killed the Imperial House high official. He was really bold. 3rd younger sister, do you have any ideas? Co. Tying asked. Xiao Qi shook her head. He has also cultivated the heart healing technique. His boundary is higher than mine. There will be no problem. Co. Taiying said, "Do you want to assign him a maid?" Of course, they had to win over such an outstanding talent and make sure that he was loyal to them. Schwelling did a good job. Xiao Qi said, "How about letting Su Ru stay by his side?" Xiao Taiying said, "I see that Su Ru treats Chu Li very well." Xiao Qi gave him a sidelong glance. Xiao Taiying laughed. "I'm just saying, it's fine if you don't agree. Big brother, don't you dare have any ideas about Su Ru." Xiao Qi scoffed. "How about letting him be the chief of Symphony Island?" Xiao Taiying said, "I see that he likes second younger sister very much." Big brother. Xiao Qi's face darkened. Xiao Taiying quickly waved his hand. "All right, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Through this incident, he had a clearer understanding of Chu Li's talent. He could do what others could not. He was only an innate master now. In the future, if he stepped into the Grandmaster's boundary, the public house would be like a tiger with wings. Chu Li was at the age of youth. What could be better than a woman to tie him down? If second older sister heard what you said, she would never see Chu Li again. Xiao Qi scoffed. "Are you saying that you want to marry second older sister to him?" "Younger sister, you're really daring." Xiao Taiying laughed. "Of course, as long as second younger sister agrees, it's not impossible. Chu Li is really not an ordinary person. Second older sister is proud and arrogant. She doesn't like Chu Li." Xiao Qi shook her head. "But Chu Li is her savior." "A savior is a savior. Chu Li is still a public house guard. No matter what, second older sister will never like him." Xiao Qi shook her head and sighed. "She treats Chu Li as a subordinate. She doesn't see him as a man. Aren't you the same?" Xiao Taiying shook his head and smiled. Xiao Qi shook her head. "My heart technique doesn't allow me to fall in love. It's different from second older sister." Xiao Taiying sighed. "I don't know if second younger sister can make it through this. After fighting for so long, it was all for the sake of unsealing the vitality sealing finger for second younger sister. Now that the Imperial House High official's path was blocked, there was still no news from the Thunder Guiding Blade. Second younger sister's fate was full of misfortunes. It was really pitiful. The Imperial House protectors were in a hurry. After lunch, they left Chongming Town and went outside the town to look for the scene of Chu Li's fight. When they returned in the evening, they came to Iron Eagle Island with gloomy faces. Xiao Taiying stood at the entrance of the hall and fist saluted. After sitting down, he took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Have you found the place?" "We met someone. He said he saw Chu Li kill Brother Zhao with his own eyes." Song Siwen put down his teacup and said calmly. Xiao Taiying frowned. His face gradually darkened. "So, you still want to frame Chu Li?" "There's no other way. That person said it very clearly." Song Siwen said coldly. Xiao Taiying sneered. "I like to see who's spouting such nonsense." "The person has been sent to the fairy's capital," Song Siwen said calmly. Chapter 166. Good, good. You guys act first and report later." Xiao Taiying was so angry that he laughed. He said coldly, "You guys are afraid that I will confront him, right?" "Master Xiao, this is a serious matter. We can't make the decision." Song Siwen shook his head calmly. "As for the confrontation, let Chu Li confront the Emperor himself. The Emperor can see everything clearly. If Chu Li really did not do anything, he will prove his innocence. Confront the Emperor himself." Xiao Taiying laughed coldly. "Only you guys can think of that. Chu Li can't handle any bumps now. He will definitely die on the way to the fairy's capital. What evil intentions? Master Xiao, you've wronged us." Song Siwen shook his head. "We believe that Chu Li is innocent. But even if there is a witness, things will be different. We dare not hide anything. You don't have to hide anything. As long as you keep your eyes open, keep your heads clear, and don't mess things up." Xiao Taiying laughed coldly. "Think about it. How could there be such a coincidence? He just happened to see what happened and coincidentally met you guys. Who is he?" "A woodcutter." Song Siwen thought for a while and said slowly, "A woodcutter?" Xiao Taiying laughed. "They can see the speed of a Grandmaster's attack. How could they know who killed who? Did he see Chu Li kill High Official Zhao with his own eyes?" "Yes." Song Siwen nodded. Xiao Ting said, "Then did he see Chu Li being chased by the Tempest Temple?" "Yes," Song Siwen said. "He said that the monks from the Tempest Temple appeared later. They were not with Brother Zhao. Logically speaking, these things should not be disclosed. However, he also felt that the woodcutter's appearance was too coincidental. It was a little strange. After sending the people away, he was a little hesitant. He felt that he had been tricked." Co Taiying laughed coldly. "This is even more ridiculous. Why would the Tempest Temple collude with High Official Zhao? It's because Chu Li's light body technique is too powerful. They can't catch up with Chu Li. If Chu Li killed High Official Zhao first, he would have escaped long ago. He won't be hurt. Master Co, how powerful is Chu Li's light body technique?" Song Siwen shook his head and laughed. "If he wants to escape, no one can catch up with him." Co Taiying scoffed. "It's not like you don't know how powerful the monks from the Temple of Tempest are. Why have we failed to kill them so many times?" Song Siwen frowned and said, "Is it difficult for us to see it? What do you think of his current appearance?" Co Taiying snapped. Song Siwen spread his hands helplessly and said, "Then there is nothing we can do. It all depends on whether the Emperor believes it or not." "You guys are really stupid." Co Taiying sneered. "You're afraid that I'll kill that bastard to silence him. That's why you did such a thing, right? Even if Chu Li really did kill High Official Zhao, he would not be able to do anything about it. So what?" Song Siwen's face darkened. "Young master," Co Taiying sneered, "if Chu Li really killed High Official Zhao and I want to protect him, what would the Emperor do? Why should I waste my breath on you? Think about it. You really don't have a brain." He glanced disdainfully at Song Siwen and the others. Song Siwen and the other 5 looked gloomy and extremely angry. Even if it was the king's mansion, it was a serious matter if they wanted to kill a guardian of the imperial palace. They would not let them off lightly. However, the position of the House of High Dukes was transcendent, and their relationship with the imperial family was subtle. Even if he really killed the imperial house's minister of offerings, the royal family might not make a big deal out of it. Co Taiying said, "Don't tell me you guys want to witness Chu Li's light body technique? Chu Li is heavily injured now, so let's let his subordinates show off. Lin Quan, let Jiang Kuai chase after that guy." "Yes," Lin Quan replied. Song Siwen's face was gloomy as he snorted. "Young master, you really know how to joke. It's been half a day since you sent him away. There's no need to waste your time. Your light body technique might not be good, but the protectors of the House of High Dukes are not." Co Taiying scoffed. "I'd like to see who this person is. You didn't ask clearly before sending yourself to the Emperor. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Song Siwen frowned and said nothing. He was also muttering to himself. If he really made a mistake, it would be a great sin. Previously, they were only thinking of not letting this person fall into the hands of the High Duke's public house and be killed. So they sent him away. Using the special passage of the Imperial House Guards, it was stealthy and fast. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a little impulsive and irrational. Especially after hearing Co Taiying's explanation, there were indeed many flaws. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly. Song Siwen and the others had just woken up. Before they could even cultivate, they were invited to Iron Eagle Island. When they stepped into the main hall, they saw a middle-aged man in gray standing in the middle of the hall. Their expressions changed slightly as they looked at Co Taiying. Co Taiying sat in the armchair with a cold smile on his face. Lin Quan stood behind him, smiling and nodding at them with a humble face. "Young master, you really got him back." Song Siwen scoffed. He had mixed feelings. He was a little relieved, but also afraid. In front of the House of High Dukes, this passage was not secret. Co Taiying said, "Don't forget, this is Chongming Road. I've told Chu Li. He said that he only needs to ask this guy a question." "What question?" Song Siwen scoffed. Co Taiying said coldly, "How far away did he see Chu Li and Zhao Zilai fighting?" He turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man in gray. "Tell me, how far away were you from them?" The middle-aged man in gray looked ordinary. His skin was tanned, and his eyes were honest. He was frightened by Co Taiying's imposing manner and did not dare speak. He lowered his head tightly. Song Siwen said calmly, "It's okay, just tell me the truth. How far away did you see it?" "This. I don't know how far away it was. Maybe about 10 feet. I saw it from behind a rock," the middle-aged man in gray stuttered. Seo Taiying laughed and looked at Song Siwen. Song Siwen frowned. He pointed outside the door. "How about this? Look outside from here. Which place is about the same as what you saw?" The middle-aged man in gray looked outside, thought for a while, and said, "It's about the same as that fake mountain." Seo Taiying laughed and said, "Protector Song, is this the witness you found? What a joke." Song Siwen's face turned ugly. It was only 10 feet away. For grandmasters and innate masters, it was almost right in front of them. It was impossible not to notice. Chu Li's flying knife was said to be very powerful. If he really killed Zhao Zilai, he could have killed the woodcutter with one knife. How could he be a witness? The middle-aged woodcutter saw that Song Siwen's expression was not right. He quickly said, "It could be a little further. I'm just guessing." Seo Taiying shook his head and said, "Say it. Who asked you to say these things? If you tell the truth now, the public house will spare your life. If you lie and we find out, you won't be able to live." The middle-aged woodcutter quickly looked at Song Siwen. Song Siwen frowned. "Someone really asked you to do this?" This. The middle-aged woodcutter thought that he could hold on, but Seo Taiying's imposing manner was like a mountain pressing down on him. He could not breathe. I. Song Siwen looked at him and became more and more suspicious. He said in a low voice, "If you tell the truth, we won't pursue this matter." Chapter 167. Speak, Seo Taiying shouted. The middle-aged woodcutter lowered his head and whispered, A few days ago, someone came to me and told me to say this. As long as I said this, I would be given 100 silver taels. Who are they? What do they look like?" Seo Taiying scoffed. The middle-aged woodcutter thought for a moment. "He's in his 30s, tall and skinny, and looks very refined. Forget it. It's useless to ask about this." Seo Taiying waved his hand and scoffed. 100 taels of silver? Do you think that 100 taels of silver is so easy to earn? I'm afraid that you'll lose your life, even if you have the money. All right, go back and be a good woodcutter from now on. Don't think about making a fortune. A fortune is a calamity. Yes, many thanks to eldest young master. Many thanks to eldest young master. The middle-aged woodcutter seemed as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly kowtowed a few more times. "Guard Song, what else do you have to say?" Seo Taiying turned his head and glared at Song Siwen. He said coldly, "Someone wants to harm Chu Li and frame him. Their intentions are extremely sinister." Song Siwen stared coldly at the middle-aged woodcutter, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Seo Taiying sneered. "What's funny is that as a guard of the imperial house, you were fooled by a man from the mountains. You've brought shame to the imperial house. It's a shame that I brought him back." Song Siwen was also very angry. Seo Taiying's words were like a slap to his face. His cheeks were burning hot. He wished he could slap Seo Taiying to death. Seo Taiying was not going to let it go. He sneered, "You should thank me. If you really went to the emperor, you would probably be kicked out of the imperial palace protectors." "Hey, thank you, young master." Song Siwen sneered. Seo Taiying glared at him and scoffed. "You don't know what's good for you." "Master Xiao Taiying, who did it?" Song Siwen changed the topic. "This person must have a huge grudge against Chu Li." Seo Taiying said, "The Tempest Temple and the Ren Public House. It should be the Ren Public House's doing. The monks of the Tempest Temple rarely use these kinds of methods." "Chu Li offended the Ren Public House? Don't you know our relationship with the Ren Public House?" Seo Taiying said snappily, "They've taken advantage of Chu Li twice. They can't wait to get rid of him." Song Siwen nodded slowly. They had learned about this before they came. The public houses of Yi and Run were fighting fiercely. Seo Taiying laughed coldly. "That woman Lu Yurong has no scruples. If it weren't for the fact that she's a woman, I would have killed her long ago." Song Siwen smiled lightly. It was not that Seo Taiying did not want to kill Lu Yurong, but he could not. Lu Yurong almost never left the house. Moreover, her methods were brilliant and her bodyguards were strong. Lu Yurong, on the other hand, almost killed the second lady of Yi public house. Co Taiying scoffed. You've all been used by Lu Yurong. Song Siwen and the other 5 were also furious. They had almost been fooled by such a simple trick. He had actually been fooled by a woman. Chu Li was lying on a low bed under the Gloriesville tree. The sun was setting and the courtyard was dyed red. He squinted his eyes and felt the force of the Gloriesville tree. At the same time, he was feeling the force of the perishable touch. The Gloriesville tree was overflowing with vitality, while the finger of Nirvana was lifeless, constantly devouring vitality to strengthen itself. The aura of the perishable finger seemed to have a life of its own. It was quiet during the day and active at night. The aura of the Gloriesville tree was active during the day and even more active at night. It absorbed sunlight during the day and moonlight at night. The sunlight made it strong, and the moonlight made it grow. Chu Li felt more and more exquisite under the contrast of the force of the perishable touch. He was heavily injured and fully felt the wonders of the force of the Gloriesville tree. Feeling the perishable touch, he had a deeper understanding of the scripture of life and death. Life and death. Growth. A subtle understanding gradually grew in his heart. He felt that he had touched the door to the second level of the scripture of life and death. Shui pushed the door open and sat on the edge of Chu Li's bed. Her faint body fragrance floated over. The sunset dyed her white face a rosy red, as if intoxicated. She was delicate and charming. Master, Brother Jiang said that he has done what you asked. Chu Li opened his eyes and nodded. Shui asked curiously, Master, what did you ask Brother Jiang to do? Chu Li smiled. Shui became even more curious. Master. At this moment, footsteps were heard from outside. Suru pushed the door open and came in. She looked at Chu Li with a smile. Good news. Shui got up and bowed. She quickly asked, Chief, what's the good news? Things have finally come to an end. Suru pursed her lips and smiled. This group of Imperial House protectors is sure that Chu Li is innocent. He did not kill Zhao Zilai. Thank God. Thank God. Shui put her palms together and let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly went to the pagoda to get an embroidered stool. Suru elegantly and dignified sat on the embroidered stool and smiled. It's all thanks to Lu Yurong's plan. She found someone to identify Chu Li and wanted to kill him. In the end, Master Xiao Taiying intercepted the person and revealed the truth with just a few words. Master Xiao Taiying is so powerful? Shui was surprised. Suru smiled. Master Xiao Taiying is not powerful. Master Xiao Taiying is wise and powerful. Shui smiled sweetly. Suru rolled her eyes at her and looked at Chu Li. This time, you can rest in peace and recover as soon as possible. Lady Xiao Taiying said that she wants you to accompany her to find the Thunder Guiding Blade. Has the Thunder Guiding Blade been found? Not yet. Lady Xiao Taiying wants to go. Yes, Lady Xiao Taiying said that Master Xiao Taiying wants to stay in the public house. It's best if she goes. She wants you to follow her too, so you have to recover as soon as possible. If there's really news about the Thunder Guiding Blade, you have to leave immediately. Why would I want to join the fun? Just let Lady Xiao Taiying bring a few more grandmasters. You can say that to Lady Xiao Taiying. Suru rolled her eyes at him and suddenly smiled. Lu Yurong also has times where she overreaches herself. This time, it's all thanks to her. Even a wise man would make a mistake. Chu Li smiled and nodded. This time, I really have to thank Lu Yurong. What an insidious woman. She must be furious that she failed at the last moment. Suru rolled her eyes at him and stood up. Do you need any spirit medicine? Chu Li said, I don't need any spirit medicine. I'll slowly heal myself. All right then, Suru stood up and said, let's go. Shui quickly stood up and sent him off. Shui returned to Chu Li's bed and sat on the edge of the bed. She put a piece of watermelon into his mouth. Master, what did you ask Brother Jiang to do? Chu Li smiled and did not answer. If you don't tell me, I'll ask Brother Jiang. He'll tell me. Shui scoffed. Chu Li smiled. You can't tell anyone about this. Of course. Shui patted her full chest. Chu Li said, actually, it's nothing much. I just helped Lu Yurong. Help Lu Yurong? Shui blinked her big bright eyes. She was confused. How did you help her? Chu Li said, I help her find a witness. Shui's eyes suddenly widened. She pointed at Chu Li. That witness. That witness was found by you, master? Chu Li smiled. Shui blinked her big bright eyes and thought for a while. Then, she shook her head and sighed. Master, you're too. I was worried for a long time. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chapter 168. Chu Li was actually not satisfied. Only when they confronted each other in front of the emperor would he be able to unleash his killing power. It was a pity that he could not attack Lu Yurong now. He did not like to be defensive. He liked to take the initiative and attack first. Lu Yurong had plotted against him time and time again, and he had always wanted to fight back. This was a good opportunity, but man proposes, God disposes. He did not expect the House of High Dukes to have such a powerful background that they were able to intercept the witness. All his schemes had gone down the drain, and there was nothing to brag about. It was not that he did not want to talk to Master Xiao Taiying. However, with Master Xiao Taiying's personality, he would never agree to it. He could only do it in secret. The next morning, Chu Li was channeling under the glories will tree to heal his wounds and wear down the perishable finger. He was not in a hurry. Shui pushed the door open and entered with light steps. She sat in front of the bed and smiled. Master, they've left. Chu Li opened his eyes. Shui's cold face was inches away from him. Her breath smelled like orchids. He leaned back slightly. They've left so soon. They are too ashamed to stay here. Shui wrinkled her nose and scoffed. They came so aggressively and left with their tails between their legs. How satisfying. Chu Li said, it's good that they've left. It's not worth it to make things ugly. You didn't see how arrogant they were. Shui scoffed. They wanted to take you down the moment they arrived. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. They were just bluffing. All right, go and meet Sun Jun and Wang Shuani. Thank them for me. Okay, Shui nodded. Do you want to give them something? When I recover, I'll meet them again, Chu Li said. Let's see what they want. They want silver. Shui Ling pouted her red lips. These protectors spend money so extravagantly. They never have enough money. Because it was easy for protectors to earn silver and spend it quickly, they rarely saved it. Often, after a mission, they would spend it without restraint. They would buy houses, find beauties, and eat good food and wine. It was too easy to spend money in Chongming Town. No matter how much money they had, it would never be enough. Chu Li shook his head. How about this? Give him 2 spirit blessing pills, 1 for each. Is that necessary? Shui hesitated. The spirit blessing pill was a priceless treasure to the guards. He could only get 1 every year, and it had to be under the condition that he did not make any mistakes during the mission. If there were any mistakes, this spirit blessing pill would be gone. Missions that required the deployment of the High Duke's public house's protectors were never easy. He wouldn't come here for nothing. Chu Li said, they've saved my life. I don't think so. Shui Ling said, someone will save him anyway. Once the House of High Duke's guards fell in the city, no one would stand by and watch. She still could not bear to part with the spirit blessing pill. 1 pill was 1 life. Her master had always been hunted by the Tempest Temple, and the Rin public house also saw him as a thorn in their side. He could be in danger at any time, so the spirit blessing pill was too crucial. Chu Li glared at her. Shui Ling scoffed unwillingly. All right, 1 spirit blessing pill for each of you. In a fit of pique, she got up and went into the house. She took out 2 jade vases and put 1 spirit blessing pill in each. Then I'll go now. Go. Chu Li waved his hand. Shui Ling rolled her eyes at him and left the courtyard. It would be best if he gave it to her now, so that she would not be unhappy. The small boat swayed gently and floated away from the Jade Guardian Island to the Hall of Martial Arts. The training field of the Hall of Martial Arts was at its busiest. Shui Ling's white dress fluttered as she stood at the side of the field. Her clear eyes swept around. Shui Ling often came to the Hall of Martial Arts. Everyone was used to it. No one dared to talk to her. They all pretended not to see her and practiced even more happily. It was a man's nature to show off his excellence in front of the beauty. Xueling's eyes lit up when she saw Sun Jun and Wang Xuani. They were holding a bladeless knife and sparring. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand, and every move was fatal. She walked forward. The people in front of her consciously made a path for her. She walked straight to the front of the two. Sun Jun and Wang Xuani felt her bright gaze, and the fight became more intense. Xueling did not speak and looked at the two quietly. They thought that Xueling was just casually watching. The nature of young people made them like peacocks spreading their feathers. Their moves became more and more fierce. Xueling watched for a while, and they felt something was wrong. They stopped and closed fist saluted. Miss Xueling, Xueling said, "Brother Sun, Brother Wang, my master is seriously injured and can't move. He asked me to come and express his gratitude." No. Sun Jun quickly said, "Chief Chu is too polite. This is a gift from my master." Xueling took out 2 white jade bottles from her sleeves and handed them to the two. "You don't have to be so polite. Take it." Sun Jun and Wang Xuani wanted to refuse, but Xueling kept her hand extended. Her hand and the jade bottle were so beautiful that they had no choice but to accept it. "Miss Xueling, what is this?" Sun Jun asked. Xueling shook her head. "You'll know when you go back. Master said that he will thank you in person when he recovers. Chief Chu is too polite." "It's nothing. It's what we should do," Sun Jun said. Wang Xuani nodded in agreement. Xueling said, "No matter what, you saved my master. Goodbye." She curtsied and turned to leave. Sun Jun and Wang Xuani looked at each other and then at the jade bottle in their hands. Someone from the side came over. "Brother Sun, take a look and see what's good. Chief Chu is not too stingy. Could it be the pill of energy?" Sun Jun was also very curious and wanted to open the stopper. Wang Xuani pressed his hand and closed fist saluted to the people around him. "Brothers, it's nothing. We are already very satisfied that Chief Chu said thank you." "All right, Xiao Wang. Don't worry. Chief Chu is not so stingy," someone laughed. Sun Jun also realized that he was too rash. If the bottle was just the most common pill, it would embarrass Chief Chu. The two of them would not end well, and Chief Chu would hold a grudge against them. Wang Xuani said, "We want to take a look in private. Brothers, please don't join the fun." Hee. Xiao Wang. Everyone shook their heads and laughed. They became more and more curious. They all knew that the two of them did not save their lives, but they did help a lot. Logically, it should be enough to reward them with some money. However, the pill was definitely not an ordinary pill. They were all curious. "All right, let's take a look." Sun Jun could not hold it in and poured out the pill. A dark green pill rolled into his palm. It emitted a warm luster under the sun like a pearl carved out of green jade. "Spirit blessing pill?" everyone exclaimed. Wang Xuani quickly opened the stopper and poured out the pill. It was also a spirit blessing pill. "My goodness, how generous!" someone exclaimed in admiration. "Junior brother Sun, junior brother Wang, you've earned big," someone said enviously. A year of hard work, maybe even 2 or 3 years, could only get 1 spirit blessing pill. The two of them could get it with just a stretch of their hands. Moreover, if they were on good terms with Chief Chu, there would be benefits in the future. How could they not be envious? Sun Jun was elated. He only had 1 spirit blessing pill left. Now that he had another one, he was suddenly full of confidence and dared to accept some dangerous missions. Wang Xuani shook his head and sighed. "It's too expensive. That's enough. Chief Chu has a high status and power. He doesn't need these 2 pills. Didn't you see that he used 4 pills just to stop the bleeding?" Someone patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I wonder how Chief Chu's injury is." Looking at Miss Xueling's expression, it shouldn't be a big problem. Everyone started discussing. Chapter 169. When Xueling returned to the courtyard, she saw Su Ru standing at the door. She was dressed in an apricot gown and was about to push the door open. "Chief," she called out, stepping forward and bowing. "Xueling, you went to the martial arts hall again?" Su Ru asked with a smile. Xueling said, "Thanks Sun Jun and Wang Xuani on behalf of Master." Give him a spirit blessing pill. Chuli sure is generous. Suru shook her head and laughed. Shuel Ling scoffed. What master wants to do, who can stop him? Suru pursed her lips and smiled. Look at how distressed you are. Don't worry. How can he be lacking in spirit blessing pills? As they spoke, they pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Chuli was sitting cross-legged on the low couch under the glorious tree, channeling. He was like an old monk in meditation, looking solemn. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Suru. Then he glanced at Shuel Ling. Shuel Ling quickly said, I've already given it to them. Don't worry, I'll be nice. Only then did Chuli nod in satisfaction. Suru said, Chuli, you have to heal faster. We found traces of the thunder guiding blade. Lady Xiao will depart tomorrow. You found it? So fast. Chuli was surprised. A Grandmaster's hideout was so easily found. Even the House of High Dukes felt that it was too easy. Suru smiled. I'm just lucky. I didn't expect to find it so soon. How did you find it? A guard overheard it while he was on a mission. He asked around and found out that the thunder guiding saber had appeared in the Fengming Mountain area. Suru said, I don't know the exact location, but he should be staying at Mount Fengming. Lady Xiao wants us to go there and look for him, so as not to alert the enemy. Chuli asked, Is there such a coincidence? Maybe God is helping Second Lady. Suru smiled. Chuli shook his head and furrowed his brows. Chuli, aren't you happy to hear this news? Suru tilted her head and looked at him. Why do you look like that? I'm just afraid that my love will be for nothing, Chuli said. Suru said, We have to hide this from the Second Lady for now. When the Second Lady finds the thunder guiding blade, we will tell her. When will your injury recover? Can you make it in time tomorrow? If you can't make it in time, Miss can go by herself. Chuli's frown deepened. Suru said, Don't worry. Of course I'll bring a few grandmasters with me. Chuli pondered for a moment. All right, we'll depart tomorrow. Your injury can be healed. Yes, let's try. Don't mess around, Suru said. Lady Xiao said that you have to heal your wounds bit by bit. You can't rush it. I have an idea, Chuli said. Very well. I'll go and inform Mississippi. Suru looked at him worriedly and got up to leave. Early the next morning, the sun rose, and the golden rays illuminated the small courtyard with a golden hue. Under the glories tree, Chuli woke up from his meditation. After a night of hard work, the finger of annihilation was removed. Previously, he was healing his injuries bit by bit because he wanted to feel the mysteriousness of the perishable touch and understand the meaning of withering. He was worried that Shao-Chi would search for the thunder guiding blade alone, so he could only bear the pain and completely dispel the perishable touch. Chuli wanted to be with Shao-Chi not because he was worried about her intelligence. She had the ability to see through people's hearts, so it was not easy for her to be fooled. However, if he was by her side, he could bring her away at the crucial moment. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best strategy. It was considered another insurance. Shao-Chi and Suru stepped into the small courtyard. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and her fragrance was refreshing. She looked at Chuli quietly. Are your injuries really healed? Chuli nodded. Shao-Chi sat on the edge of the bed, and her slender fingers touched his wrist. She felt his strong inner energy and nodded in satisfaction. Chuli felt half of his body go numb when her cool fingers touched his wrist. He tried to suppress his heartbeat, not wanting Shao-Chi to notice anything. It's really much better. Shao-Chi let go of her slender fingers and nodded slightly. Follow me to Phoenix Mountain? Chuli smiled, of course. Shao-Chi said, The Tempest Temple is probably still looking for an opportunity to kill you. Chuli smiled and did not answer. He was not afraid of being hunted by the Tempest Temple. He just had to be more careful next time. All right, just the two of us. Shao-Chi muttered, Go quickly and come back quickly. We'll sneak away unknowingly, and there will be fewer twists and turns. Chuli said, Mississippi, it's better to bring some Grandmaster protectors. Shao-Chi frowned and looked at him. Chuli said, I'm worried that Lu Yurong is not involved in this. What if this thunder guiding blade was done by Lu Yurong? Shao-Chi was stunned. Although she was smart, she was not good at scheming. She was good at observing and countering every move. She was not good at taking the initiative to plot against others. She was far from Lu Yurong. Chu Li shook his head. Even without Lu Yurong's interference, we still have to be wary of this thunder guiding blade. It's hard to tell what's in a man's heart. More than 10 years have passed. Who knows what changes have happened between Thunder Guiding Blade and the High Duke? Xiao Qi was deep in thought. Since Chu Li mentioned it, she really had to be wary. Lu Yurong was full of tricks and schemes. If Chu Li could predict it, Lu Yurong could. Chu Li stared at her. After a while, Xiao Qi shook her head. It's still the two of us. Chu Li smiled helplessly. Xiao Qi said, if it's really Lu Yurong's plan, the two of us will leave when we see that the situation is not good. With Elder Zhao and the others, it's not good to have too many people involved. We will leave quietly, and it's not easy to be plotted against. If the two of them went together, they could hide their tracks. If they went with Zhao Qingshan and the others, it would be too conspicuous. Their whereabouts would definitely be known by others. If it was really Lu Yurong's plan, with Zhao Qingshan and the others, they could at most not be defeated. It was impossible to win against the Ren public house. If that was the case, why bother with them? They could just leave. Chu Li saw that she had made up her mind and could only nod. Xueling had already packed a bag and passed it to him coldly. Chu Li glanced at her and took the bag. He left the courtyard with Xiao Qi and boarded a pleasure boat in the depths of the forest. On the pleasure boat stood Su Ru in a lake green gown and 2 horses. Chu Li recognized that they were 2 of the horses that were seized from the Phoenix Tree faction. They were extraordinary. The pleasure boat slowly left the Jade Guardian Island and entered the lake. Chu Li and the others entered the cabin. Xiao Qi sat on the low couch by the window. Chu Li sat across from her by a low table. Su Ru served 2 cups of tea and stood aside. Chu Li smiled. Chief, are you going too? Su Ru rolled her eyes at him. Why would I go? I'm just a burden. Chu Li smiled. He knew that she was throwing a tantrum. Xiao Qi said, you can only blame yourself for not working hard. Your martial arts is sloppy and ordinary. You can't take on big responsibilities. Su Ru said, who's like you two? I don't have such amazing talent. Xiao Qi glanced at her and said, Chu Li, the Phoenix Crime Mountain is 2,000 miles away. If we're fast, we can get there by tomorrow. Chu Li said, I'm just afraid that it won't be easy to find him after we enter the mountain. Xiao Qi said, second eldest sister's condition isn't too good. We have to hurry. Chu Li frowned. Second lady is sick? Xiao Qi sighed. She got typhoid yesterday. It was a change in the weather. It took advantage of the situation and couldn't be prevented. Chu Li's expression was solemn. Xiao Shi's body was too weak. To a normal person, typhoid was not too serious, but to her, it was a big challenge. With Elder's care, she should be able to pass. Xiao Qi said, but she can pass this time. What about the future? I think her body is getting worse. Chu Li nodded slowly. His heart was heavy. The pleasure boat moved silently. After the time it took to drink tea, the pleasure boat docked. Chapter 170. The two of them only walked on small paths where there were few people. The 2 horses were spirited and their hooves were wrapped in iron, so they were not afraid of gravel and rugged terrain. They ran for the whole morning and turned into an official road at noon. They went to a post house by the roadside to rest. The post house was located in the woods by the road. The shade of the trees blocked the scorching sun and the wind. It was a little stuffy. The 2 of them had reached the realm of being immune to heat and cold, so they sat at the stone table in the small pavilion. After drinking water, Chu Li put down his water bag and opened his bag to take out some jerky and dry food. Xiao Qi took off her white veil and revealed her beautiful face. She gently chewed the jerky. Now we should get rid of those with bad intentions. She ran for the whole morning, but her body was still spotless. She was like a fairy who did not eat the food of the world. She chewed slowly and elegantly. Chu Li nodded. Almost. I hope it goes well this time. Xiao Qi said, second eldest sister has suffered too much. There should be a good ending. Chu Li sighed. Xiao Qi glanced at him. Are you sure you can unlock the vitality sealing finger? More than others. If it really doesn't work, you could try. Xiao Qi said lightly. If this thunder guiding blade is a trick of the Ren public house, and we ran for nothing. I will persuade Big Brother to let you come. Chuli slowly said, I hope it is not for nothing. If second eldest sister can unlock the vitality sealing finger this time, I can also leave with peace of mind. Leave. Chuli stopped a piece of jerky by his mouth. Lady, where are you going? Isolated cultivation to break through the Grandmaster's boundary. Xiao Qi said, I have perfected the innate mastery. It is useless to delay. Chuli smiled. Which faction do you want to join, lady? Xiao Qi slightly raised her eyebrows. Chuli said, I know bits and pieces. Only by entering the faction's arcane realm will there be hope to break through to the Grandmaster's boundary. Right? Yes, I want to enter the faction incognito. Xiao Qi nodded. Enter the faction and spend a few years to break through to the Grandmaster's boundary as soon as possible. A few years? Chuli was surprised. That long. It depends on fate and luck, Xiao Qi said. You might be able to understand it overnight, or it might take years, or even decades, or even a lifetime. Everyone's fate is different. Is it dangerous? Chuli frowned. Xiao Qi said, he faked his death to escape and change his appearance. There's no danger. Lu Yurong will not let go of this opportunity. Lu Yurong would not let go of this opportunity. Faking death to escape was not surprising. And Xiao used it once. Lu Yurong will be able to predict it. Xiao 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 Su clan is and Xiao 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 master. Looks like I have to divert Lu Yurong's attention. Chuli said thoughtfully, I can't just sit there and not fight back. I have to take the initiative to attack. Big brother you. His face is covered in dirt. Lu Yurong's beating scared him. You. Chuli shook his head and said, playing tricks with Lu Yurong is playing against her strengths. It's hard to gain any advantage. It's my duty. Chuli nodded. When you enter the sect, I will try my best to keep Lu Yurong busy so that she can't be distracted. But when it comes to scheming, I am not as good as her. It's inevitable that we'll suffer losses. By the way, we should have quite a lot of contacts in our public house, right? There are some. Xiao Qi furrowed her brows and shook her head. She won't be able to do much. Lu Yurong is very smart. She's very cautious when it comes to using people. Our informants can't even get close to her. Chuli sighed helplessly. Just like himself, the traitor could not stay put. Xiao Qi said, after I leave, I'll go back to my room. I'll give you the name list of the Rin public house's spies. Chuli nodded. Xiao Qi sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll join Snow Lunar Pavilion. Chuli thought for a moment. Snow Lunar Pavilion at Snow Lunar Lake? Xiao Qi nodded. Chuli had heard of Snow Lunar Pavilion. It couldn't compare to the four great sects, but it was still a first-rate sect with a deep foundation. It had flourished for the past 1,000 years. Yin was more abundant than yang. The female disciples were the main ones, and the male disciples were the support. It had a good reputation in the martial arts world. However, Snow Lunar Pavilion was not on Chongming Road. It was on Chongdi Road, which was guarded by the Rin public house. Isn't it too risky? Because of this, it won't be found. Chuli sighed. It's still too dangerous. It doesn't matter. As long as it's completely cut off from the public house, no one will find out. But if it's really cut off, what if I encounter danger? I can handle it myself. Chuli smiled bitterly. Why don't I bring 2 grandmasters? Impossible. Xiao Qi shook her head. If I really bring grandmasters, I won't be able to stay for more than a few days. Chuli pondered. How about I join Snow Lunar Pavilion? Snow Lunar Pavilion doesn't suit you. Xiao Qi said, the public house is working hard to clear the way for you to enter Amethyst Mountain. Amethyst Mountain? Chuli couldn't help but be surprised. Amethyst Mountain was not an ordinary sect. The Tempest Temple, Green Deer Cliff, Titanium Temple, and Amethyst Mountain were known as the 4 great sections. They had thousands of years of inheritance, looked down on the martial arts world, and could compete with the imperial court. Xiao Qi nodded. It's not that easy to enter Amethyst Mountain. You have to wait patiently. There's no need to enter Amethyst Mountain, right? Chuli said, an ordinary sect is fine. My mother is acquainted with a disciple of Amethyst Mountain. Through his relationship, you can be sent in. Unfortunately, he's always in isolation and I can't see him. When he comes out, it'll be done. It might take a year or two, or even a few years. Grandmasters usually go into isolation to break through to the enlightened mastery's boundary, so you don't have to rush. Chu Li smiled. I'm just afraid that I won't have the opportunity. If he doesn't come out in 2 years, we'll think of another way. Shao Qi said, I won't let you delay your advancement. Thank you, Lady Xiao. Chu Li nodded and did not refuse. As the two were talking, 3 horses galloped from afar and stopped when they saw the post. The 3 riders in gray led the horses to the shade of a tree beside the post. The 3 of them were in their prime. They had long blades on their waists and had a fierce temperament. They stared greedily at Chu Li and Shao Qi's mounts. Their eyes lit up as they sized them up, then they walked into the pagoda. When they approached, Shao Qi had already put up a white veil to cover her face. However, her white robe fluttered in the wind, and her cold temperament was enough to attract attention. The 3 riders in gray stared at Shao Qi. They could not wait to see her face through the white veil. Chu Li coughed. This sound was like a clap of thunder, exploding in the ears of the 3 knights. Their blood and qi surged, and stars appeared before their eyes. Chu Li looked at the 3 coldly. Their expressions changed slightly. They knew that they had met a tough opponent. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. They closed fists, saluted, squeezed a smile, and sat aside. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction and ignored them. Shao Qi did not even look at them, as if she did not see them. Chapter 171. Chu Li and Shao Qi finished their rations and dried meat, and looked at the 2 horses outside the pavilion. The horses needed a good rest. His gaze swept across the 3 brawny men, as if he was deep in thought. The 3 men were restless, as if they had thorns all over their bodies. They wanted to leave immediately, as they felt that Chu Li was up to no good. Shao Qi also noticed his strange gaze and looked over. Chu Li said, They're not good people. Should we teach them a lesson? Shao Qi's eyes focused and turned to the 3 men. She did not care about them before and did not even look at them as if they did not exist. Now that Chu Li reminded her, she looked at them for the first time. Master, we didn't offend you, did we? One of the ruddy-faced men, closed fist, saluted respectfully. Chu Li shook his head. You didn't offend me, but you've killed too many innocent people. Hee, you've wronged us. The ruddy-faced man quickly waved his hand and closed fist saluted. We're disciples of the Hornet Valley. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and looked at Shao Qi. The ruddy-faced man was lying. They were not disciples of the Hornet Valley. They were roving bandits. Shao Qi said calmly, Cripple them. Yes. Chu Li nodded. He suddenly disappeared and appeared behind them. In an instant, he hit them with 3 palms. The force penetrated their dantian and crushed their meridians. They could no longer use their inner energy. You. The 3 men stared at Chu Li and Shao Qi. They were filled with fear and anger. Chu Li looked at them. So many innocent people have died in your hands. Crippling you is already being kind. Shao Qi said, The Imperial Court is too useless if they can't catch them. The 3 burly men were filled with anger and cursed inwardly that women's hearts were the most vicious. However, they clenched their teeth and didn't allow themselves to speak. Their lives were in their hands, and if they said another word, they might change their minds and directly take their lives. They watched as they staggered and climbed up the horses and left in a hurry. Chu Li shook his head. My lady, you're too kind. Shao Qi glared at him. I have you. She could tell that Chu Li had done something. It seemed like he had only crippled their martial arts, but in fact, he had severely injured their internal organs. They reckoned that they didn't have much longer to live. They were going to die a violent death, their corpses strewn across the wilderness. Chu Li smiled and said, This kind of scourge, it's only natural that I get rid of him. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Killing them was equivalent to saving countless innocent people. They were also enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. According to what he saw, there were at least 25 people who died in their hands, including the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Their martial arts were not that great, but they were cunning and hard to catch, and they were free and unfettered to this day. This scene was just an insignificant interlude for the two of them, and they quickly continued on their way. The two horses were extraordinarily spirited. They were fast and had great endurance. Coupled with the help of Chu Li and Xiao Qi's inner energy, they were able to ride on the horses. At noon the next day, they arrived at the foot of Fengming Mountain. Fengming Mountain was an endless mountain range. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had a high level of qigong, they wouldn't have come here to look for a needle in a haystack. They first settled the horses in a family at the foot of the mountain, and then entered the Fengming Mountain using qigong. Xiao Qi originally planned to split up with Chu Li and look for an area each so that it would be faster. However, Chu Li insisted that the two of them stay together to prevent any sneak attacks. After all, they were not grandmasters. He needed to be more careful. Xiao Qi finally agreed, and the two of them went from west to east, deep into the Fengming Mountain. Chu Li activated the omniscient mirror, and everything within a 3-mile radius was in front of him. Fengming Mountain was endless, but the peak was not high. He walked halfway up the mountain, and the entire peak was in front of him. Nothing on the mountain could hide, and everything appeared in his mind. The sun was shining brightly. The sunlight shone on the window, and the study room was bright and soft. Xiao Taiying was reading in the study room. He had been focusing on history books and wanted to improve his military strategy. The Ren public house was aggressive, and the Yi public house was losing ground. If this continued, the public house would weaken in his hands. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Lin Xuan's voice came in. "Master, the second lady has fainted." "What?" The book in Xiao Taiying's hand fell on the table. He quickly got up and opened the door. "What happened?" "The lady suddenly fainted when she was drinking medicine. Elder Gua asked me to tell Master Xiao that the lady is not in good condition." Lin Quan lowered his head and said. Xiao Taiying's face turned pale, and he hurriedly walked out. Lin Quan quickly followed. The two of them jumped onto a small boat, and in a short while they arrived at the island of Symphony and went straight to the Whispering Wind Tower. There were a few maids standing in the hall on the first floor of the Whispering Wind Tower, and they looked anxious. When they saw Xiao Taiying rushing over, they quickly curtsied and greeted him. Xiao Taiying waved his hand and strode up the stairs. Lin Quan followed closely behind. Mulin was standing in front of the bed, looking down at the unconscious Xiao Shi. His face was gloomy. When he heard footsteps, he turned his head and closed fists saluted, "Master Xiao." "Second sister, Xiao Taiying quickly asked. "Is she all right?" "Not too good." Mulin shook his head. "The medicine is not working. I've already given the second lady the spirit blessing pill, but with the spirit blessing pill, she should be fine, right?" Xiao Taiying quickly said. "Sigh." Mulin sighed. "Even the nature pill is useless now. The vitality sealing finger in the lady's body is getting stronger and has blocked the medicine from entering. The medicine is useless, and there is nothing we can do. Is there no other way?" Xiao Taiying quickly said. "Third sister has already gone to look for the thunder guiding blade, and will be back soon. Can't you hold on?" "It's too late." Mulin smiled bitterly. "Unless the thunder guiding blade is here now, or else sigh, even if the thunder guiding blade is here now, it will be useless. How much longer does second sister have?" Xiao Taiying sat in front of the bed and touched Xiao Shi's pale but beautiful face. His heart ached. Mulin sighed. "I'm afraid she won't make it past tonight." "Tonight?" Xiao Taiying shouted. Mulin nodded with a gloomy face. "I am useless. Why are you saying this?" Xiao Taiying waved his hand and frowned. "If the vitality sealing finger is undone now, can she still be saved?" Mulin looked at him and sighed. "The vitality sealing finger can't be undone in this situation." "Why?" Xiao Taiying asked in a low voice. Mulin said, "To undo the vitality sealing finger, you need to use a gust of qi to directly clear all the acupuncture points in the body and not harm the other acupuncture points. But no matter how precise the inner energy is, it is impossible not to accidentally injure the body. With the second lady's current condition, if she is accidentally injured, she will die immediately. Linquan, go and find High Official Zhao. Co. Taiying said. Yes, master. Linquan replied and left quietly. Mulan shook his head. Master, it's useless. How will you know if you don't try? Co. Taiying shook his head. Are you going to let her wait for death? Mulan sighed. Chu Li, this is my fault. I have been holding onto the hope of getting lucky. I should have undone the vitality sealing finger earlier. I shouldn't have delayed it for so long. It's my fault. Co. Taiying looked at the unconscious Co. Shi and mumbled to himself. I'm not a good brother. I can't take good care of second sister. Mulan remained silent. If there was anything to blame, it could only be blamed on God for being unfair to the second lady. Linquan and Zhao Qingshan hurried over. Elder Zhao, please unseal the vitality sealing finger. Co. Taiying turned his head. He closed fist saluted. No matter what, I have to try. Master Co., it's useless. Mulan quickly said. Co. Taiying gritted his teeth. Unsealing the vitality sealing finger will lead to death, and waiting for death will also lead to death. If I don't try, I won't be satisfied. Master Co. Zhao Qingshan's face showed that he was in a difficult position. He could tell at once that the second lady was not going to make it. Master Co. was trying to save a dead horse, but he really could not save the second lady. Master Co. would definitely hate him. How could he not be angry? Mulan said, Elder Zhao, the second lady will not live past tonight. Even if she doesn't succeed, it's just one more night. It's good to try. Zhao Qingshan smiled bitterly. Elder Mulan, you can't expect me to personally send the second lady off. Sending her off is good too. Co. Taiying gritted his teeth and said hatefully, the sooner she dies, the sooner she can be free. This broken body of hers has made her suffer so much. She should have been free long ago. Master Co., Zhao Qingshan shook his head helplessly. I really have no confidence at all. Even if you have confidence now, it's useless. Mulan scoffed. It's too late. Yes. Zhao Qingshan nodded. He groaned in his heart. Even if there's no hope, why still try? He came to the bed and looked at the pale but beautiful face. It was so delicate that it made people feel pity for her. This was a face that could turn all living things upside down, but since ancient times, beautiful women often had unlucky fates. The second lady could not escape her fate either. Thinking about this, he hardened his heart. It was better to do it than not to do it. Maybe there would be a miracle. He had studied the vitality sealing finger in detail. He knew which acupuncture points to open in one breath. Scenes of inner energy rushing through the acupuncture points circulated in his mind. He stood there quietly and adjusted his breathing, adjusting his body to the best condition. Co. Taiying and the others held their breath and looked at him motionlessly. After a while, Zhao Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning. His eyebrows were fluttering like a strong wind. His right palm lightly hit the top of Co. Shi's head. Bang! In the midst of a muffled sound, Co. Shi's body trembled. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face became even paler. There was a faint green aura. She stopped moving, and her breath gradually weakened. Puffed. Zhao Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered backward and sat on the ground. Co. Taiying quickly looked at Co. Shi. Mulan also flashed to Co. Shi's side. He checked her pulse and breath. His face was solemn. When Co. Taiying saw his face, he knew something was wrong. Second sister, she? Co. Taiying's voice was trembling. It was dry and unpleasant to hear. Mulan shook his head. Master Co., my condolences. Impossible. Impossible. Co. Taiying shook his head and waved his hand. Impossible. Mulan only sighed and did not say anything. His face was solemn. Co. Taiying went forward and touched Co. Shi's face. It was still warm. He checked her breath, but there was no more breath. She was motionless as if she was in a deep sleep. Second sister, wake up. Co. Taiying shook her shoulder lightly and said softly, "Open your eyes and look at me." Second sister. Second sister. Co Tying did not give up and shook her shoulder. He said softly, "Don't ignore me. I will save you. I will not abandon you. I will save you." Master Co. Lin Quan said softly, "Go away. All you go away." Co Tying turned his head and shouted, "Don't disturb second sister's rest." Mulin waved his hand, stood up, and closed fist saluted. He then walked out. Lin Quan hesitated and looked at Co Tying worriedly. He helped Zhao Qingshan up and slowly left the third floor. Co Tying held Co Shi's hand and said softly, as if he was afraid of disturbing her, "Second sister, do you remember what Mother told you before she died? She told you to listen to me and let me take care of you. I will not let you suffer. I brought you to pick lotus seeds and catch butterflies. Look at how sweet your smile was. I made a vow that I would make you the happiest person in the world. You would be carefree and happy for the rest of your life. But I was useless. I couldn't do it. I made you suffer too much. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm a future High Duke. But what's the use of that? I can't save you. I can only watch you suffer. I'd rather give my body to you. I'd rather suffer. I don't want you to suffer. Second sister, open your eyes and look at me. Don't ignore me." "Oh!" Co Tying screamed at the sky. The windows shook. His screams echoed throughout the island of symphony. Lin Quan and the others who were downstairs looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Co Tying was heartbroken. He lowered his head to look at Co Shi's lifeless face. His trembling hand gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. He hugged her tightly. He wanted to warm her up and not let her become cold. Smack! 2 pieces of jade fell from his chest. A complete piece of jade broke into 2. It was as if it was cut into 2 equal pieces by a knife. "Ah!" Co Tying screamed at the sky again. He was like a wounded lone wolf howling at the moon. Smack! 2 pieces of jade fell from his chest. Co Chi's body stopped abruptly. Her usually calm face changed. Chu Li floated back. Both of them were on the treetops, looking for the thunder guiding blade, Feng Jiuyang. Mount Feng Ming was secluded. There was no one around. They found nothing. Co Chi floated down from the tree. She picked up the 2 pieces of jade. Her face turned pale. "Lady Co, what's wrong?" Co Chi raised her head and looked at him. "Lady Co," Chu Li called softly. Co Chi's eyes regained their clarity. She passed the jade to Chu Li. "This is a life-linked jade. There are 4 of us. If one of us dies, the jade will break." "Dies?" Chu Li frowned. "Is the 4th young master in danger?" Co Chi shook her head. "It's second eldest sister." Chu Li's face changed. He quickly said, "It can't be." When we left, the second lady was still fine. Although she did not have much time left, it was not the end. "It's second eldest sister." Co Chi slowly shook her head. "I can feel it. It's second eldest sister." "Impossible," Chu Li said in a low voice. Co Chi reached out her hand to hold the pine tree. She did not let her limp body slide. Chu Li looked up at the sky and sighed. Could it be that man proposes but God disposes? Co Chi said, "There's no need to look for the thunder guiding blade anymore. Let's go back and see second eldest sister." Chu Li said, "I'll bring you back." "Let's go," Co Chi said. Chu Li embraced her soft body and disappeared in a flash, reappearing 2 miles away. He looked down at Co Chi. "Can you take it? Just go. Don't worry about me," Co Chi said. Chu Li nodded. He disappeared again and reappeared 2 miles away. He was at a loss and melancholy. He did not expect that they would be separated forever. He could not save the second lady. He blamed himself. Even if he did not have full confidence, he should have tried. He could have secretly unsealed the second lady. Why did he have to listen to Master Zhao Taiying? If he failed, this would be the end. His body flashed and his mind was wandering. Co Shi's beautiful face flashed in his mind. The pain in his heart was getting worse. Co Chi's vision was distorted. She felt nauseous. She could only close her eyes. Even so, she could not get rid of the nausea. It was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, she could not help but pat Chu Li's shoulder. Chuli let go of her. She bent down and vomited on the peak of a mountain. Lady Co, I'll leave first, Chuli said. Chi wiped her mouth with a silk handkerchief and looked up at him. I can do it. Chuli shook his head. Chapter 172. Chi looked at him. Let's go, Chuli said. Why don't I seal my sleeping acupuncture point, and I'll be there after a nap? No need, Chi said. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Chuli knew that it was useless to try and persuade her otherwise, so he simply kept his mouth shut. Activating so close, yet worlds apart to the extreme, he was like a shadow flashing between heaven and earth. Every flash was at least 2 miles away, and the interval was a few seconds. The heart technique that Chi cultivated had created a strong physique, allowing her to adapt quickly. She could not see her surroundings clearly, only the distorted light and shadows. She closed her eyes, and the image of her second sister, Co, appeared in her mind. From then on, they would be separated forever. Even with the suppression of the mental cultivation method she cultivated, the pain still surged. Chi's life, Jade Union, was broken, and they returned to the High Duke's public house. 2 hours later, the two of them entered Whistling Wind Tower with pale faces. In the hall on the first floor of Whispering Wind Tower, Mulin, Zhao Qingshan, and Shan Shanquan could not stop sighing. Mulin's face was gloomy and gloomy. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He had been taking care of Co, all these years, pouring his heart's blood and love into Co. His feelings for her were no less than Co Tying's. When Co passed away due to illness, he blamed himself and was in pain. He hated himself for being powerless. Zhao Qingshan silently circulated his internal energy to regulate his breathing. There was a sense of sorrow in his heart. The second miss was really pitiful. She passed away at such a young age when she was in the prime of her life. From time to time, he would raise his head to look upstairs. The second lady had passed away, and the eldest master was grieving. If anything were to happen to her, the public house would really be done for. Chu Li and Xiao Qi suddenly appeared in front of them. Third miss. Lin Quan's eyes widened, and he hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. Third miss, you're finally back. Quickly go up and see young master. Second eldest sister, Xiao Qi asked calmly. Lin Quan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Third miss, you should go up. Xiao Qi turned around and looked at Chu Li. Chu Li said, I want to go up and have a look. Guomulin sighed. Young Chu, the second lady has already left. It's useless to see her. There's no hope at all. Chu Li frowned. He could already see the second miss in his mind. She seemed to be in a deep sleep, but there was no trace of life, only a beautiful shell. Mulin shook his head. I heard that there's a secret art. It's called the Eclipse Purloin. Do you know about it, Eldergua? Chuli asked. Mulin frowned. You know about this too? I want to try, Chuli said. Mulin shook his head and said, a life for a life, and your lifespan will be halved. It's all right. Chuli said, my life is not as valuable as the second lady. Only enlightened masters can use it, Guomulin said. Chuli said, I want to try. Mulin said, it doesn't matter if the second lady survives or not. You won't. Elder Gua, cut the crap and tell me. Chuli said. Xiao Qi frowned. What do you mean? Third lady, this is a type of secret skill. You can use your own life in exchange for another person's life. Mulin shook his head. Only enlightened masters are qualified to perform this skill. Xiao Qi looked at Chu Li and said, the dead can't be resurrected. Chu Li, stop fooling around. Chu Li said, maybe the second lady isn't fated to die yet. You don't want to live anymore? Xiao Qi scoffed. She was very sad about the passing of her second sister, but she was still rational. She did not want Chu Li to do such a crazy thing. Chu Li smiled. I'm tough. I won't die so easily. He had records of this secret skill in his mind. It was not a life for a life, but a soul recovery skill. As long as the soul that was scattered between heaven and earth returned to its original position within 12 hours, the person could be resurrected. However, this skill was a fight against fate. There would be a backlash, and lightning would strike. The power of lightning was impressive and supreme. Even an enlightened master would not be able to withstand it. There would be no chance of survival. Hence, there was the saying of a life for a life. Chu Li dared to perform this skill because he had the life and death scripture. He felt that he would not die. An enlightened master can't live under an enlightened master. How can you not die? Guomulin said impatiently. I know you love the second lady, but she's already gone. Even if an enlightened master came, he would be powerless. You should just accept reality. Chu Li frowned. Elder Gua, do you know about this secret skill? Fine, just you wait. Guomulin glared at him. He turned around and left the wind tower. Chu Li turned around and looked at Xiao Qi. Lady Xiao, you should go up first. Xiao Qi shook her head and slowly walked up to the third floor. She saw Sio tying, hugging Sio Sure. He was curled up into a ball and crying silently. His body was trembling, and he was so sad that he could not make sound. Big brother. She came to Sio Tying's side. She patted his shoulder. Sio Tying buried his head in Sio Sure's shoulder and did not say a word. Xiao Qi sighed and did not speak anymore. She stood by the bed and accompanied him. The surrounding was so quiet that it seemed like it was frozen. Sio Tying's breathing was especially loud. Guomulin slowly walked back to the first floor and threw a thin book to Chu Li. Chu Li reached out and caught it. He looked down and flipped through it. Guomulin shook his head. He dared to give this secret skill to Chu Li because he was sure that Chu Li would not be able to cast it. Only an enlightened master could cast a secret skill. Chu Li would not be able to cast it successfully, and he would not be in danger. Chu Li's cultivation level was high. If a grandmaster could cast it, Chu Li might be able to do it. However, this was an enlightened master's boundary secret skill. It was worlds apart from the innate mastery's boundary. No matter how strong Chu Li was, he would not be able to succeed. Chu Li passed the thin book back to Guomulin with both hands. Elder Gua, I want to try. You really want to try? Guomulin frowned. Chu Li calmly said, Yes. You're crazy. Guomulin shook his head. Don't mess around. Master Sio and Lady Xiao Qi are upset. Chu Li shook his head. Guomulin frowned and looked at him. Even if you succeed, you won't be able to live. I know, Chu Li said. All right, you won't give up until you try. Guomulin scoffed. Then let's go up. Chu Li fist saluted and slowly walked up to the third floor. Lin Quan stomped his feet and said anxiously, Elder Gua, why are you watching Chu Li mess around? He's infatuated with the second lady. He won't give up until he tries. Let him go. Guomulin shook his head and sighed. Sigh. Master will be angry if he messes around like this, Lin Quan said. I don't know what will happen if he provokes Master at this time. Guomulin scoffed. Chu Li is trying to save the second lady. Why is Master Sio angry? Chu Li stepped onto the third floor. Sio Tying and Sio Qi were immersed in grief. They did not know that he had come up. Chu Li did not disturb them. He sat cross-legged on the floor and began to visualize a statue of God in his mind. At the beginning of visualization, it was a blur. Only the outline of the statue could be seen. There was an invisible force hindering his visualization. It was similar to when he visualized the scripture of life and death. He did not panic. He was patient and meticulous. He pushed forward bit by bit. It was as if he was looking at a statue of God from afar. As he got closer, the statue became clearer. In the end, it appeared in the void of his mind. It was vivid. The statue's facial features were clear. Its hands were forming a mudra. It stepped on the void. He could see it clearly, but he could not remember it. He could only remember its furious expression. Chu Li formed a mudra with both of his hands. It was the same mudra as the statue. He spat out a strange incantation. Mu Miba. Chun. The first word was said in a low voice. The second word was even lower. Each word was lower than the last. By the last word, there was no sound. There was an invisible force in the void. It was as if it had been awakened. It came from all directions. Inside the house, the windows were tightly shut. A gust of wind blew. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a gentle breeze to a violent gale. The curtains and clothes were fluttering. The two people who were immersed in grief looked at Chu Li blankly. Chu Li's face was filled with anger. He formed another madra with both of his hands. He pointed at Xiao Shi and shouted, "Quick!" The violent gale seemed to obey Chu Li's command. It rushed toward Xiao Shi. The violent gale turned into a tornado. It pushed Xiao Taiying and Xiao Qi 3 steps away. Xiao Shi was in the eye of the tornado. The violent gale howled around her. The momentum was shocking. Her clothes did not move. She floated a meter high and then stopped. She lay quietly in the void. Xiao Taiying widened his bloodshot eyes. He looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Xiao Qi frowned. She guessed that Chu Li had used that secret skill. It was very likely that he would succeed. Chu Li changed the madra with difficulty. He slowly said, "Return." A whirlpool suddenly appeared a foot above Xiao Shi's head. It instantly swallowed all the violent gale. It condensed into 3 bright spots and drilled into Xiao Shi's forehead. Xiao Shi fell onto the bed with a thud. Xiao Taiying did not have time to react. He slapped himself in frustration. He quickly looked at Xiao Shi. Xiao Qi also looked at Xiao Shi curiously. Chu Li sat cross-legged on the floor. He formed a madra with both of his hands. His face was pale. The spiritual force from all directions drilled into his body. Xiao Shi's face was rosy. It was completely different from the green color from before. Under the gaze of Xiao Taiying and Xiao Qi, her long eyelashes gently trembled. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at them blankly. Second sister. The two of them were overjoyed. They went forward to grab her hands. Big brother, third sister. Xiao Shi's eyes gradually became clear. She looked at their surprised expressions in confusion. Rumble. The faint sound of thunder came from the horizon. The sky suddenly darkened. Chu Li opened his eyes. "My lady, bring the second lady away." Xiao Qi turned her head and looked at him. Chu Li said, "You guys go first." Xiao Taiying looked at Chu Li and then at Xiao Qi. "Third sister." Xiao Qi said, "You used the eclipse purloin, right?" Chu Li nodded. He smiled at Xiao Shi, who was sitting up. "Second lady, congratulations." Xiao Shi smiled sweetly. "I'm alive again?" Her smile was bright. The dark room seemed to be brightened. She was so beautiful. When the darkness slowly came up and swallowed her, she felt like she was sinking into a bottomless abyss. She knew that she would never wake up again. It was a true, eternal sleep. She did not know how long she slept. Suddenly, a bright light appeared and guided her forward. Finally, she pushed open a door and truly woke up. Rumble. The sound of thunder came again. It was closer than before. Chu Li said, "Second lady, you guys should leave this place first." "Chu Li, it was you who saved me again?" Xiao Shi asked. Chu Li smiled and looked up at the sky. "Let's go." "My lady, second lady, Master Xiao Ting, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Xiao Qi pursed her lips and looked at him deeply. Rumble. The sound of thunder seemed to be right in front of them. It exploded right above their heads. The wind tower was shaking. Chu Li's expression changed. He quickly said, "My lady." "All right." Xiao Qi retracted her gaze from Chu Li and took a deep breath. "Big brother, let's go first." Xiao Taiying frowned. "What happened?" "I'll tell you later," Xiao Qi said. She carried Xiao Shi and walked out. When she was out of the room, she turned to look at Chu Li. "You're not allowed to die." Chu Li smiled. Chapter 173. Mulin stood at the entrance of the hall with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky. The wind and clouds above Wind Tower surged. A strong gale swept through the island of Symphony. The trees rustled and flowers fell. Dark clouds gathered above Guanfeng Tower from all directions, dyeing the sky 1 mile in circumference black. 1 mile away, the clear sky looked like a drop of ink falling on a piece of white paper. Mulin frowned. Lin Quan came over. "Elderwool, what's going on?" Did Chu Li really succeed? Mulin frowned and mumbled to himself. Zhao Qingshan opened his eyes and walked out. What did he succeed? Could it be the eclipse purloin technique? The weather is so abnormal. This is the only way, Mulin said. Isn't it only possible for a master of the enlightened mastery's boundary? Zhao Qingshan asked. He knew the difference between the innate mastery's boundary and the enlightened mastery's boundary. Forget about the innate mastery and the enlightened mastery. Even the Grandmaster and enlightened mastery were worlds apart. It's hard to say. Guomulin shook his head. He could hear the thunder rumbling from afar. It was getting closer and closer. He frowned and said, "This kid always does things out of the ordinary. If he doesn't make it, he'll be done for." Rumble. The thunder was right above their heads. As the three of them were talking, Co Taiying and his sister came down the stairs. Second lady. The three of them were shocked. Co Shi was supported by Co Qi as they walked down the stairs. Her face was red like never before. Her eyes were bright and clear. She was indeed a beauty. Co Shi smiled at the three of them and asked Mulin, "Elder Guo, what happened to Chu Li?" He used the eclipse purloin technique. "We have to leave this place as soon as possible." Mulin's face was pale. He pointed outside. "The thunder will strike soon. Will he be in danger?" Co Shi quickly asked. Mulin coughed and turned his head. "Master Co, Lady Co Shi, we can't delay any longer. There's no one else in the tower, right? Elder Guo, where's Chu Li?" Co Shi stared into his eyes. Mulin shook his head. "He chose this path. Then let's go." Co Qi said calmly. "Don't let him work for nothing." Co Taiying looked up at the third floor. He sighed. "Let's go first with the spirit blessing pill." As he spoke, he shook his head. The spirit blessing pill was not omnipotent. The spirit blessing pill had not been able to save Second Sister. Boom! Thunder exploded above their heads. The wind observation tower shook and the ground trembled. Shao Qi pulled Co Shi out of wind tower, and everyone retreated 100 meters away. The wind observation tower was shrouded in darkness, but there was light in the surroundings, so they could see clearly. It was like the time when lanterns were first lit. Kacha! A silver stripe appeared in the dark clouds, forming a zigzag shape as it hit the wind tower. The glazed roof tiles of the wind observation tower turned into powder and scattered with the wind. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded throughout the world. Shao Shi quickly covered her ears, feeling as though they were about to be blown away by the thunder. Shao Qi glided forward and flew diagonally to the third floor. She wanted to see Chu Li's situation. If the lightning struck him, he would most likely die. Crack! Before she could rush into the wind pavilion, another bolt of lightning struck down. She had already soared into the sky. Lightning illuminated the third floor. Through the window, a blurry shadow could be seen moving. Chu Li was still alive. She let out a long sigh of relief and landed in the midst of the thunder. "How is it?" Co Taiying asked. Shao Qi nodded. "He's dodging." Shao Shi said, "His light body technique is amazing. He can dodge it." Guomulin shook his head and sighed. Zhao Qingshan looked at him. Guomulin said, "It's useless. Lightning is so easy to dodge. How can an enlightened master not be able to withstand it? This is just the appetizer. It will get stronger and stronger. There's no way to avoid it." "No one can survive?" Shao Qi frowned. Guomulin nodded. "As far as I know, not a single one." Shao Qi's face turned pale. Shao Shi gritted her teeth and stared at wind observation tower. While they were talking, lightning struck down one after another, and thunder exploded. The intervals between the lightning strikes were getting shorter and shorter. Before the first Z silver chain disappeared, another appeared, followed by a third. On the dark clouds, there were 3 Z silver chains flashing at the same time. As time passed, more and more Z silver chains appeared on the dark clouds, and in the end, there were more than 10 of them. More than 10 bolts of lightning struck down at the same time. It looked like more than 10 gigantic cold swords were stabbing at Wind Observation Tower. The roof of Wind Observation Tower was erased. The walls were still there, but the windows were gone. They could see Chu Li moving in the lightning, dancing with death. Everyone clenched their fists, sweating, and their hearts were in a mess. The lightning became more and more concentrated, and in the end, it formed a pool of light, unavoidable, Chu Li's shadow was nowhere to be seen. They held their breath, ignoring the blinding lightning, and stared at it without blinking. With such a concentrated lightning, it was almost impossible to avoid. Suddenly, their vision darkened, the lightning disappeared, and the dazzling light turned into darkness. Their hearts sank. After a while, there was still no lightning, but the dark clouds slowly dispersed. "Is it over?" Xiao Shi mumbled. Xiao Qi flew up to the third floor. The bright sunlight shone down without any hindrance. The third floor was empty. Everything turned into dust. Only the blackened ground and walls were left. The roof was gone, the windows were gone, and so was Chu Li. Her body softened, and she held onto the wall to steady herself. There was nothing to look for. It was clear at a glance. Everything was there. Xiao Tang and the others went up to the third floor and looked at the terrible state upstairs. Xiao Tang sighed and looked at Mulin. Mulin's face was gloomy, and he scoffed. "Ashes and smoke, this is the price to pay for stealing the sky." Xiao Shi bit her red lips, not letting them tremble. The scenes from before were still flashing in front of her eyes. Chu Li was calm and at ease in the lightning, and his dazzling demeanor was imprinted in her mind and could not be erased. Xiao Qi suddenly bent down and picked up a black badge from the corner of the wall and gently wiped it, revealing its true appearance. It was a white jade waist tag, a rank 3 scribe's white jade waist tag. She felt a warm breath on her palm, as if Chu Li was still there. She clenched it so hard that her palm turned white. Sighed. Xiao Tang sighed and patted Xiao Shi's shoulder. "Second younger sister, don't be too sad." Xiao Shi forced a smile, shook her head, and did not say anything. Xiao Tang came over and patted Xiao Qi's shoulder. "Third younger sister." He knew how much Xiao Qi cared for Chu Li and how much she cared for him. Losing Chu Li made him feel heartache, let alone Xiao Qi. Zhao Qingshan looked at the messy scene and secretly shook his head and sighed. At his age, his heart was already numb, and he had lost the courage to sacrifice himself. Chu Li sacrificed himself to save the second lady. It was really touching, but unfortunately, God was merciless, and he was still destroyed. "Big brother, you guys go ahead. I want to stay by myself for a while," Xiao Qi said slowly, holding Chu Li's white jade waist tag tightly. Xiao Tang nodded and sighed. "Third younger sister, the dead can't come back to life. Don't be too sad." Mulin shook his head. When the second lady died, Chu Li could sacrifice himself to save her, but the way Chu Li died, no one can do anything about it. Under the lightning, ashes and smoke completely disappeared from the world. Even the Eclipse Proloin's secret skill was useless. "Hey, what's going on over there?" Zhao Qingshan suddenly pointed to the sky and cried out. Everyone looked up. It was already sunny here, and the sun was shining brightly, but in the distance, dark clouds were surging. In just a short while, the sky had condensed into a dark area, and it was no different from the sky above the wind tower. "That's the martial arts hall, right?" Zhao Qingshan said. Chapter 174. The dense dark clouds condensed into a black umbrella in the sky. Thunder rumbled from afar and slowly approached. This situation was no different from the one at the wind tower. Everyone's eyes lit up. Xiao Tang shook his head. "We're too stupid. Chu Li's light body technique is so powerful. If he can't block it, he will run away." Mulin scoffed. How bad can an enlightened master's light body technique be? No matter how good his light body technique is, can it be faster than lightning? We thought the lightning wasn't fast and he could dodge it, but that's just an illusion. No matter how fast a master is, he can't be faster than lightning. It's fine if it doesn't move, but once it moves, it's unavoidable. But Chu Li can dodge it. Xiao Shi was not convinced. She was not a martial artist, but she had personally experienced how fast Chu Li was. In an instant, he could travel a few miles. It was beyond imagination. That's because he dodged it in advance. Mulin scoffed. If he really waited for the lightning to strike, he would have been struck by lightning before he could even think about it. Zhao Qingshan said, "I think the lightning is coming very slowly. With Chu Li's light body technique, he should be able to escape. He can escape for a while, but can he escape forever? Mulin pouted. No matter how good his light body technique is, can he not rest? How long can he last? Zhao Qingshan said. Then there's no need for Chu Li to stay there and wait for the lightning to strike, right? This is the smartest method. Unfortunately, it's useless. Struggling is futile. He will die sooner or later. Mulin shook his head and sighed. The power of the lightning gets stronger the longer it accumulates. If he had escaped from the beginning, the lightning that greeted him would not be the same as the one just now. Do you think with his intelligence, he won't know how to escape? Everyone nodded slowly. Did Chu Li run to the martial arts hall? Zhao Qingshan muttered. Is there something in the martial arts hall that can help him block the lightning? That's impossible. Mulin shook his head. Let's go and take a look. Co Chi said. Chu Li sat cross-legged on the top floor of the martial arts hall. He still had lingering fears. He originally thought that with his sensing ability and his light body technique, he would be able to avoid the lightning. However, when the lightning struck, he realized that he had underestimated the power of heaven. It was really unstoppable. Earlier at the wind tower, his intuition told him that he should not escape, or else he would attract even stronger lightning. Heavenly lightning struck. He used his sense of danger to avoid the lightning bolts in advance. But in the end, the wind-viewing tower was like a pool of lightning. He had no choice but to flee and arrive at the martial arts exhibition hall. Even if he was not a physicist, he had learned the basics from his previous life. Metals could conduct electricity. The martial arts hall and the library were both tall buildings made of bronze. It was most suitable to be a lightning rod. He wanted to see if the heavenly lightning could break through the restraints of the laws of heaven and earth, bypass the bronze, and strike him. Crack! A bolt of lightning broke through the darkness and turned into the word Z, appearing between heaven and earth. One end of it pierced through the dark clouds, and the other end pierced the roof of the bronze building. The bronze building lit up for a moment, and the lightning was extinguished. Then, there was a loud rumble of thunder. The weather was strange. The people in the bronze tower had already run out and were looking up at the noisy martial arts field with the guards. What happened? What's going on? How can there be lightning on such a sunny day? While the people were discussing, Co Tang and the others approached the bronze building. There were already a few lightning bolts striking the bronze building. The lightning bolts were like silver snakes, winding down the bronze building, falling from the sky and disappearing on the ground. The bronze building was struck by lightning again and again. Electric sparks flickered on the building, and a suction force came over. It was as if they were being sucked in. Co Tang was shocked and quickly shouted, "Everyone, take a few steps back." Everyone took a few steps back, and the strange suction force weakened. Crack! Crack! The lightning bolts struck down faster and faster. They were so dense that they did not even have time to breathe. The bronze building shone with a dark luster under the electric sparks. The original rust was peeled off layer by layer, and it shone with a black light. It was like a giant sword was stabbed into the ground, and the giant sword was surrounded by electric sparks. It was like a silver snake. Co Chi and Co Sure bit their lips and stared at the bronze building nervously. The dazzling electric sparks made their cheeks pale. The thunder roared, the lightning was dense, and the thunder was continuous. It was as if there was only the sound of thunder in the world. The lightning formed a sea of light and gradually engulfed the martial arts hall. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the unimaginable scene in front of them. They did not know what was going on. Other than Co Taiying and Co Chi, everyone else was very curious. What caused this strange phenomenon? Could it be the birth of some rare treasure? Or did the High Duke's public house break through the enlightened mastery's boundary? Everyone was in a daze. After some time, the thunder slowly weakened, and so did the lightning. People could see the bronze building again, and they realized that the bronze building had changed. It did not change in height, but seemed to have become thinner. The thunder continued to weaken, and finally, the lightning disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Co Tying and the others did not feel happy at all. The dark clouds dispersed, and the lightning disappeared. It meant that the result was out. This time, Chuli did not escape, but really, I'll go take a look. Chi glided into the martial arts hall and went up the stairs to the top floor. Chuli was sitting cross-legged on the top floor, looking at her with a smile. Chi looked at him blankly. Are you okay? Chuli smiled and nodded. I was lucky to escape. Chi's eyes showed a smile, but her expression was still calm. How did you avoid it? Chuli smiled. The bronze building blocked the lightning for me, so it didn't hit me. Go down. Chi then smiled sweetly. She had never smiled like this before. When she smiled like this, the world seemed to lose its color. Everything around them became dim, and Chuli only had eyes for her bright smile. Everyone was worried. Chi glanced at him, especially second eldest sister. Okay. Chuli smiled. Chi turned and walked out, and Chuli followed her down the stairs. Sure and Tying had already reached the second floor. When she saw him, Sure's eyes widened, and her eyes were shining. Tying was surprised and smiled. Good. Chuli, you're amazing. Chuli smiled and closed fist saluted. Guamulin looked at Chuli doubtfully. Young Chu, you're really lucky. How did you avoid the lightning? This building protected me. Chuli smiled. The building protected you? Guamulin frowned. He was skeptical, and the scene just now was a little strange. It seemed like the lightning was really channeled into the ground by the bronze building, and it might really be effective. But if it was really that effective, it would be impossible for there to be no survivors. Second eldest sister has woken up, and Chuli is safe. We should celebrate. Tying laughed. Come, let's go to my place. Chuli smiled. Second lady's body is better, right? Sure pursed her lips and nodded, but she did not know what to say. Guamulin said, the eclipse purloined changed her physique, and now she's healthier than the average person. She won't fall sick, and the vitality ceiling finger has also been removed. Thank God. Chuli smiled. Everyone went down the stairs easily. When Chuli was about to step out of the door, he suddenly stopped. Chi walked beside him and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Chuli frowned. I'm not in a hurry to leave the building. He vaguely felt danger, as if once he stepped out of the bronze building, he would be killed. Chi frowned. What's wrong? Sure looked over. Are you hurt? Chuli shook his head. Master, I want to stay here for a few days. No problem. Tying nodded and asked curiously why. Chuli smiled. Intuition. Chapter 175. Chuli. Chi quickly stretched out her hand. Just as Chuli was about to hit the ground, Xiao Qi reached out to grab him in time and slowly put him down. Everyone was shocked. The people in the distance cried out in alarm. They wanted to get closer, but Tying stopped them after he shouted at them. Chuli was lying on the ground, motionlessly, with his eyes closed. Mulin quickly grabbed his wrist and pressed on it. Xiao Qi pressed on his other wrist. Both of them frowned and looked at each other. Tying quickly asked, Are you all right? Try using the spirit blessing pill. Mulin furrowed his brows. He took out a white jade porcelain from his pocket, poured out a spirit blessing pill, and pressed it into Chuli's mouth. Chuli's lips were tightly shut, but Guamulin's acupuncture point on his cheek did not work. Come here, pry open his mouth. Mulin said anxiously. Tying shouted, Lin Quan. Lin Quan nodded and went to pry open Chu Li's mouth with Tying. They were afraid of hurting Chu Li's lips, so they did not dare to use too much force and were very careful. Mulin said impatiently, Look at the situation now. Pry open his mouth. If his lips are broken, so be it. Xiao Qi said, Big brother, don't waste any more time. Chuli has stopped beating. When Tying heard this, he hurriedly exerted strength in his hands and forcefully pried open a slit. Mulin hurriedly pressed the spirit blessing pill into Chu Li's body. His inner energy was injected into Chu Li's body, but it immediately dissipated. Chu Li's body was completely lifeless. He was dead. Guamulin loosened his grip. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He threw the white jade bottle onto the ground, and it shattered into pieces. Xiao Qi channeled her inner energy, but Chu Li's body did not respond at all. This tiny bolt of lightning had killed Chu Li in an instant. He was completely dead. Third younger sister? Xiao Shi looked at her serious face and quickly said, Chu Li. Xiao Qi shook her head. Dead. Third sister, Xiao Shi said. So many lightning bolts couldn't do anything to him. How could he die? When the earth-shattering heavenly thunder struck earlier, Chu Li was unscathed. However, he was killed instantly after being struck by a small bolt of lightning. This was too unbelievable. Xiao Taiying checked Chu Li's breathing and heartbeat. He tried channeling again and shook his head at Xiao Shi, second sister. Chu Li really went there. Impossible. Xiao Shi shouted. Xiao Taiying sighed. When he cast the purloin, he knew that this would happen. Don't be too sad. Big brother, there must be a way to save him. Xiao Shi turned her head and looked at Guo. Elder Guo, is there no secret skill that can save him? The dead can't come back to life. Mulin scoffed coldly. Chu Li has gone against the will of heaven. He will be punished by heaven. No one can save him. Xiao Taiying said, second sister, your body is weak. Don't be too sad. I just think it's unfair. Xiao Shi looked at Chu Li and sighed. His death was not worth it. As long as he thinks it's worth it, Xiao Qi replied. Xiao Shi sighed. He was smart and capable. If he were alive, he would have contributed greatly to the public house. Yet, he chose to save a useless person like me. Who said you're useless? Xiao Taiying frowned. Second sister, don't talk nonsense. Chu Li died to save you. The only thing we can do now is to give him a proper burial. There's no point talking about anything else. Go and rest first. The surrounding people were all discussing it. They found it hard to believe. Chu Li rose like a comet. He was a legend in the public house. Now, he had fallen just like that. He could survive the earth-shattering thunder and lightning, but he died under the last tiny lightning bolt. Xiao Taiying looked at the calm Xiao Qi and sighed. Third sister, my condolences. He knew that the person who was the most upset was his third sister. The calmer she appeared, the more emotional she was. She used her heart technique to suppress it. Xiao Qi said calmly, I want to send him off personally. Go. Xiao Taiying nodded. Xiao Qi bent down and lifted Chu Li up. They slowly walked out. The people automatically made way for them and watched them quietly. They all sighed in their hearts. Xiao Qi jumped onto a small boat. Soon, they arrived at the Jade Guardian Island and went straight to the Glories Will courtyard. Xueling opened the door and saw the scene. She widened her eyes and shouted, Master! Xiao Qi entered the courtyard without saying a word and put Chu Li under the Glories Will tree. There was still a glimmer of hope in her heart. The Glories Will tree was strange. Chu Li especially liked to stay under it. Maybe the Glories Will tree could save his life. Master, he? Xueling's face was pale and her voice was trembling. Xiao Qi looked up at him. He's dead. How? Xueling was in disbelief. Master's light body technique is so powerful. No matter how good his light body technique is, he can't stop God. Xiao Qi shook her head and said, Don't cry. Go and get a cushion. Yes. Xueling clenched her teeth to stop herself from crying. She went into the house and got a few cushions. She laid them under the Glories Will tree and moved Chu Li onto the cushion. She looked at his calm face in a daze. Sorrow came from her heart, and tears streamed down her face. Xiao Qi sat beside Chu Li without saying a word. Scenes of the past flashed through her mind. She channeled to suppress her surging emotions. After a while, Suru suddenly opened the door and came in. My lady, Chu Li? Xiao Qi did not say a word. She sat still like a jade statue. Suru looked at Xueling, who was crying, and lowered her head. She went forward to touch Chu Li's wrist. My lady, don't talk. Be quiet. Suru sighed and stood aside. She only stared at Chu Li, hoping that he would suddenly open his eyes and smile at her. Time passed slowly. The sun was setting and the twilight was rising. The lanterns were lit. The air in the Gloriesville courtyard seemed to have frozen. The three women did not move. A bright moon hung in the night sky. The moonlight fell on them like water. The moonlight gradually shifted, and then the first rays of dawn appeared. The sun rose, and the night passed without them noticing. Dew dripped onto their clothes. Suru wiped away the dew on her face and suppressed her sorrow. She said, "My lady, go back and rest. The dead can't come back to life." After one night, she had accepted the reality. Chuli had indeed left, but she had to continue living her life. She could not let sadness consume her. She had to pull herself together and not fall. She slowly asked, "My lady, who killed Chuli?" Co Chi turned her head and looked at her. She said, "No enemies." "How can there be no enemies?" Suru frowned. "Did he die of illness?" Co Chi lazily waved her hand. "You'll know in the future." She could not lift her body. Even if she used the heart technique to suppress her thoughts, she could not get rid of the loneliness. She did not want to talk, she did not want to move, and she was too lazy to talk. She took out a silk handkerchief and squatted down to wipe Chuli's face. She suddenly looked up and widened her eyes. "My lady, master is still warm." Co Chi quickly went forward to check. Chuli's face was as warm as a normal person's. Her eyes suddenly brightened. She reached out and touched Chuli's wrist. She pressed on his chest and nose. She frowned again. There was still no heartbeat, no breath, but he was not really dead. Otherwise, he would have stiffened. "Master is not dead, right?" Xueling stared at Co Chi hopefully. Co Chi slowly said, "He's not dead." Xueling let out a long sigh of relief. She went limp and laid on Chuli's body. Co Chi channeled her energy into Chuli's body, but there was still no reaction. There was no sign of life. However, his body did not stiffen. This gave her a glimmer of hope. It was possible that Chuli was not really dead. He was just in a state that she did not understand. Suru's eyes lit up. "My lady, when will he wake up?" "I don't know." Co Chi shook her head. "Don't touch him. Let him stay here." "Yes." Xueling quickly nodded. Co Chi said, "He has to wake up on his own." She suddenly had a strong feeling that Chuli could come back to life. Thinking of this, she jumped up. "Take care of Chuli." When she returned to the stargazing tower, she saw Co Taiying waiting for her on the first floor. "Third sister." Co Taiying raised his hand. "Let's discuss how to bury Chuli. He's not dead." Co Chi said. Co Taiying was stunned. He then shook his head and sighed. He looked at Co Chi with pity. Chapter 176. Chuli is not dead. Xiao Qi said. Co Taiying sighed and said helplessly, "Sister, the dead can't come back to life. Don't be too sad." Xiao Qi said impatiently, "Big brother, I'm very conscious." Co Taiying saw that she was indeed conscious and asked doubtfully, "He's really not dead?" "I don't know." Xiao Qi shook her head and said, "He's dead, but his body is still warm." "Does that mean there's still a glimmer of hope?" Co Taiying was excited. Xiao Qi said, "I don't think he's dead." Co Taiying frowned and said, "Then we have to treat him quickly. Does Elder Gua have a way?" "If Elder Gua has a way, he won't just stand by and do nothing." Xiao Qi shook her head and said, "In his current situation, there's no way to treat him. He can only rely on himself." His body was like rotten wood and medicine was ineffective. However, there was still a trace of warmth, which meant that his soul had not dissipated and there was still a possibility of him waking up. He must be going through a bitter struggle. This was something that outsiders could not help him with. He could only rely on himself. Co Taiying got up and paced anxiously. "There must be a way." Xiao Qi said, "I'll go ask grandmother Sunday. She's well educated." "Okay, go quickly," Co Taiying quickly said. His face was full of excitement. Only when he was about to lose Chu Li did he realize how important Chu Li was. He was irreplaceable. If he really lost him, the public house would lose a pillar. Chu Li was in a daze. Sometimes he was awake, and sometimes he was in a daze. Suddenly, he arrived at a vast place. Everything around him was gray and misty. He could not see where he was or what was around him. He could only see a long path under his feet that led to the depths of the fog. After he gradually woke up, he walked along the path in the thick fog. He did not know how long he had walked, but the fog was still thick and there was no change from before. He felt that something was wrong and stopped to think about the situation in front of him. The moment he fell, he knew what had happened. He was struck by lightning and instantly fainted. He thought that he would not be spared, but he did not die. Maybe his strong spirit helped him escape, or some strange power protected him. He squatted down and touched the path. The path gave him a very strange feeling. It felt like iron and wood. It was definitely not mud. Could it be that he was walking on a wooden path? He then shook his head and no longer paid attention to this. He was thinking about how to break through the thick fog and wake up as soon as possible. If he didn't wake up soon, they might really think that he was dead and bury him. He sat down cross-legged and visualized the sun, cultivating a white tiger portrait in his mind. The white tiger appeared clearly, but there was not a single trace of energy in his surroundings. It was as if he had been cut off from the world by the thick fog, or perhaps it was because he was in a strange state. Hence, he switched to the life and death scripture. The tree of life and death appeared. He suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. A gigantic tree appeared 10 steps away from him. He looked carefully and realized that the tree was huge. It was unknown how thick it was, but it completely blocked his line of sight. It was so tall that it seemed to reach the sky. He couldn't see the end of it. In front of this tree, he was like an ant in front of it. He stepped forward and touched it. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. His flesh and blood were connected, as if his left hand was touching his right hand. This tree was the withering glory tree. Zhang Xian thought. The thick fog in the surroundings surged and rushed toward the tree of life and death, making the tree of life and death even clearer and more real. The thick fog seemed to be endless. As the tree of life and death materialized, the connection between him and the tree of life and death became clearer and clearer. He was the tree, and the tree was him. Boom! Everything in front of him exploded. His mind went blank. A clear sound rang in his ears. An inexplicable feeling rose in his chest. He couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a long howl that echoed throughout the entire Jade Guardian Island. Shui was kneeling on the ground. Her eyes were red and swollen. She stared blankly at him as he opened his eyes and sat up. "Young master?" Shui hesitantly called out. She was afraid that she was hallucinating and that her voice would wake him up from this beautiful dream. Chuli looked around and smiled. "How long has it been?" "A day." Shui hesitantly reached out her hand to touch his face. Chuli patted her hand and smiled. "You're not dreaming. I'm not dead. You're really not dead." Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. "I won't die so easily." Chuli smiled. Shui wiped away her tears. "Master, you're too scary." Chuli smiled. "Don't pee like a cat. Go and tell Lady Xiao." "Yes." Shui quickly got up. When she opened the courtyard door, she turned around to look again, afraid that it was still a dream. Chuli smiled and waved his hand. He watched her leave. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes slightly to feel his body. A strange feeling arose. Spiritual energy from all directions surged into his body. This extremely pure spiritual energy was formed by the mixture of two forces. One force was for prosperity and the other was for withering. Just like how atoms were made up of protons, neutrons, and electrons, the spiritual energy from the plants that he thought was extremely pure was not a single entity. The combination of prosperity and withering formed spiritual energy. Chuli had a sudden realization. He divided the spiritual energy into two, separating the withering energy and the prosperity energy. He injected each of them into the two spirit herbs beside him. The two spirit herbs instantly changed. One of them suddenly grew a section full of vitality, while the other began to weaken. It was about to fall sick. Chuli suddenly smiled. The scripture of life and death had reached the second level. He activated the omniscient mirror. Everything within a 5-mile radius appeared clearly in his mind. The spiritual energy from the plants within a 1-mile radius surged over. The enormous spiritual energy filled his body in the blink of an eye. His cultivation level increased a little. Unfortunately, he was still in the innate stage. He could not understand the meaning and could not step into the Grandmaster's boundary. A white shadow flashed, and Shao-Chi appeared in front of him. Her bright eyes stared at him. Chu-Li opened his eyes and smiled. "My lady, are you really okay?" Shao-Chi hurriedly asked. Chu-Li smiled and nodded. "I'm really lucky." Shao-Chi fiercely stared at him. "It's not that you're lucky. You might not be so lucky next time. Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." Chu-Li smiled. Shao-Chi let out a long sigh and relaxed. She suddenly felt tired. She rushed to Su Ru and Shui Ling, who just floated in. "Get something to eat." Shui Ling hurriedly agreed. She looked at Chu-Li again and hurriedly went into the kitchen. Su Ru approached him and squeezed his shoulder. "He's really alive." "Chu-Li, you're too much." Chu-Li smiled. "I shouldn't have trouble, my lady." "I'm not worried." Shao-Chi scoffed. Su Ru pursed her lips and smiled. "I thought you were going to die." "Oh, right. Do you really like the second lady that much that you're willing to sacrifice yourself to save her?" Chu-Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm just trying my best. I don't have any improper thoughts about the second lady." "That's enough." Su Ru smiled. "Don't say one thing, but mean another. Everyone knows." Chu-Li smiled. "It's really a misunderstanding. Second elder sister is the first beauty of the great Ji dynasty. It's natural for her to like her." Shao-Chi lightly said. Chu-Li said, "My lady, please don't say that. Don't ruin the second lady's reputation." Shao-Chi lightly scoffed. "Second elder sister's reputation." Chu-Li helplessly shook his head. The more he tried to explain, the more he tried to cover up. "My lady, I'll go and tell the news to Master Shao and the second lady." Su Ru said. Shao-Chi waved her hand. Su Ru gave Chu-Li a side-eye. "Don't work so hard next time." "Of course." Chu-Li smiled. Su Ru pouted. He always said that. Next time, she would do what she had to do. Chapter 177. Chu-Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Co Tang, Lin Quan, Co Shi, and Mulan stepped into the hall and looked at Chu-Li from head to toe. Co Tang grabbed his arm and laughed. "Good, you're alive." "Good, good." "Master Co, I'm lucky." Chu-Li smiled. "You survived the lightning. You're really lucky." Co Tang exclaimed. Co Shi looked at him with her watery eyes and did not say a word. Mulan grabbed his wrist and felt it. He nodded in satisfaction. "Good boy, you're really lucky." Chu-Li smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Mulan. You little brat. I'm really unlucky to have met you." Mulan scoffed. "All right, Chu-Li, you can go back and rest." Chi said, "Rest for a few days." "Yes." Chu-Li nodded and closed fist saluted. Shi watched him leave without blinking. Chu-Li only looked at her once, smiled and nodded. He then left and did not look at her again. "This little brat, since he's fine, I'll go back too." Mulan shook his head. "Second lady, you should have a good rest too. After all, you've just recovered from a serious illness. You can't be careless." "Okay." Co Shi answered absent-mindedly. Only the three siblings were left in the building. Lin Quan also left the building. "Thank God. Chu-Li's a good man." Co Tang laughed. "Looks like the House of High Duke's luck is coming." Co Chi nodded. "Big brother, we have to thank Chu-Li, of course." Co Tang smiled. "We can't treat him badly. Or else, not only will I feel bad, the house will not agree to it." "Second sister, how do you think we should reward Chu-Li?" "Me?" Co Shi shook her head. "I don't know about this." Co Chi remained silent. Co Tang laughed. "Second sister, Chu-Li is infatuated with you. Why don't you marry him?" "Big brother, what are you talking about?" Co Shi glared at him. Co Tang looked at Co Shi's blushing face and laughed. "What's there to be embarrassed about with Big brother? It's easy to get a priceless treasure, but it's hard to get a lover. Let Chu-Li be my brother-in-law. I know him well." "Big brother, don't talk nonsense." Shao Shi said angrily. "It's impossible between him and me. Chu-Li isn't good enough for you." Co Shi said. Apart from his low birth, he was top-notch in terms of talent and martial arts. What was even rarer was that he's willing to die for you. Where else can you find such a good man? Chu Li and I are not compatible. Co sure shook her head. He likes third younger sister more. Co Tying looked at Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi snapped. Why are you dragging me into this? Xiao Sure said, I know why he saved me. It's because of third younger sister. Xiao Qi sighed. Second eldest sister, you don't like Chu Li? 2. Tying to Xiao Tying and Xiao. Co Tying laughed and said, second sister, that engagement of yours doesn't count at all. See, Xiao Xiao too. Li, Tito Tutu, Tito. It's just a verbal agreement. It's not an official engagement. My body has always been weak. They won't. Now that I'm healthy, it's not necessarily the case. Co sure said. Tying shook his head. If you don't want to, then don't spread the news. Let everyone think that you've always been weak. The key is your opinion. Don't let yourself suffer. I think it's good to marry into the imperial residence. Co sure said. It's a good home. Co Tying frowned. Chi Co said, second sister. The House of High Dukes doesn't need a marriage to get out of trouble. Co Tying's face darkened. That's right. Co sure said. I heard that Prince is educated and polite. He's a good match for you. But Prince is already 40. He already has a concubine. Co Tying said, it's better for you to marry Chu Li. No matter how talented he is, no one can compare to him when it comes to love. He won't let you suffer. Prince hasn't chosen a concubine yet. He's fulfilling the marriage agreement. Co sure said. Co Tying's face darkened. Chi Co's face darkened too. This marriage agreement was their scar. No one wanted to open it. It hurt. Big brother. Father isn't here. Can he go back on his words? Co sure said. If I really marry Chu Li and Prince investigates, who could stop him? Co Tying gripped the armrest of his armchair tightly. He didn't say a word. Prince was the third son of the emperor. He was a descendant of the imperial family. The reason why he didn't choose a concubine was because of the marriage agreement. His father and the emperor made the marriage agreement when they were drunk. He promised his second sister to be Prince's concubine. At that time, his second sister wasn't even born yet. Now his father was in isolated cultivation. His second sister was bound by this marriage agreement. After so many years, the imperial residence of King had never mentioned about the engagement. They did not marry Co Sure because Co Sure's body was weak. She would not be able to adapt to the imperial residence. If something were to happen, the two families would definitely fall out and fight. Now that Co Sure's body had recovered, the imperial residence of Prince would definitely fulfill the marriage agreement. After all, Co Sure was the first beauty of the Great Ji dynasty. The House of High Dukes and the imperial family worked together, but they also had conflicts. They looked like one, but they were fighting in the dark. If Co Sure were to marry into the imperial residence, even if she was the concubine, she wouldn't have a good life. It was no different from jumping into a fire pit. Co Tying had deep feelings for his sister. He couldn't bear to let her marry into the imperial residence. His opinion of his father was also because of the marriage agreement. Co Chi sighed. Then we'll drag it out. Second sister, don't think that marrying Prince will help the House of High Dukes. That's right, Co Tying quickly said. Second sister, even if I marry the princess, it won't help the house at all. Princeton has a good reputation. Co Sure said softly. You don't have to worry. Second sister, Co Tying's face darkened. Are you not going to listen to your big brother? Big brother. Co Sure sighed. Paper can't cover fire. Princeton will find out eventually. We'll drag it out for as long as we can. Co Tying scoffed. If father can enter the enlightened mastery's boundary, the marriage agreement will naturally be canceled. Co Sure shook her head. It was not that easy to break through the enlightened mastery's boundary. She had no confidence at all. Co Tying's interest waned. He sighed. Third sister, how are we going to reward Chu Li? Raise him to rank 2. Co Chi asked. Co Tying pondered for a moment. He nodded. Logically speaking, his contributions are not enough to raise him to rank 2. But this time, he took the initiative to sacrifice himself to save third sister. It's rare. We can make an exception and raise him to rank 2. Co. Chi nodded. Yes. Co. Tying turned his head and looked at Co. Sure. Let Chu Li be the chief of Symphony Island. No need. Co. Sure quickly waved her hand. Chu Li is third sister's favorite general. Co. Tying looked at Co. Chi. Third sister? Co. Chi sighed. Forget it. Let Chu Li visit her more often. She understood her big brother's intention. He wanted Chu Li to hook second sister's heart. He wanted to prevent her from acting recklessly and jumping into the fire pit of the imperial residence of King. He wanted second sister to marry Chu Li by any means possible. But what would that do to Chu Li? Co. sure rolled her eyes at them. If Chu Li comes, I'll leave. Co. Tying sighed. Second sister, don't act recklessly. If you really marry into the imperial residence of King, and I won't be able to face Mother even if I die. Co. sure heard him mention Mother and did not say anything else. Co. Chi could see through Co. Sure's thoughts. She had a good impression of Chu Li, but it was only a good impression. She had no desire for a romantic relationship. She wanted to change the situation of the public house and help the public house. Chapter 178. After Chu Li returned to the courtyard, he began to test the power of the second level of the scripture of life and death. He used his spirit to activate a small pine tree in the forest. After an hour, the small pine tree grew a ring and grew bigger. Chu Li was surprised. He did not expect the spirit to be so powerful. In other words, an hour was equivalent to a year. 20 hours was equivalent to 10 years. 100 hours was equivalent to 100 years. With such power to activate rare spirit herbs, the harvest would be huge. It was indeed the scripture of life and death. The efficacy of spirit herbs was often related to age. The longer it grew, the stronger the efficacy. For the same spirit herb, 10 years and 100 years were the difference between heaven and earth. He decided to keep this a secret and not let others know. After all, it involved too many benefits, and it was inevitable that there would be a disturbance. The most important thing at the moment was to learn medicine and alchemy. Once he obtained powerful spiritual herbs, he could refine them into precious pills and use them without anyone noticing. Just the thought of it was too wonderful for words, and he found it hard to suppress his excitement. At noon, Xue Ling made more than 10 dishes. The stone table in the pagoda was full. Even if it looked delicious, it was impossible for the two of them to finish it. Chu Li knew that she was happy, so he did not spoil the mood. Instead, he praised her and suggested to drink 2 glasses of wine to help her calm down. After lunch, Xiao Qi in a white shirt pushed the door open. Behind her was the beautiful Suru in a fluttering apricot gown. As soon as they entered the pagoda, Suru pursed her lips and smiled. Chu Li, congratulations, rank 2 scribe. Chu Li looked at Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi's white shirt was flawless. Her face was like white jade. She sat elegantly in front of him and nodded. This time you saved second eldest sister. You are promoted to rank 2. Chu Li smiled. Isn't it too easy to promote? To be promoted from rank 3 to rank 2. He must have done something extraordinary. Although he saved Co. Shure's life, he did not have the qualifications to be a rank 2. Xiao Qi said, this time you sacrifice yourself to save her. You can make an exception and promote. Suru, go with Xue Ling to make some snacks. Yes. Suru pulled Xue Ling away from the pagoda. Chu Li looked at Xiao Qi doubtfully. Xiao Qi took out a piece of paper from her sleeve and passed it to Chu Li. He passed it to Chu Li. This is the spy in the Rim public house. Take a look. Chu Li frowned. Lady wants to join the faction immediately? Xiao Qi replied, within a month. In such a hurry? Chu Li took the white paper, glanced at it, and imprinted it into his mind. Xiao Qi shook her head. It's a rare opportunity. Chu Li nodded in understanding. If she wanted to enter the snow lunar pavilion without arousing suspicion, she would need a unique opportunity. He couldn't enter the sect step by step and had to start as an inner disciple. That would waste too much time. Chu Li shook it lightly, and the white paper turned into powder. A gust of wind blew over. rustling as it floated away. Xiao Qi said, "Regarding the spy, you'll be in charge of it from now on. Just report directly to Big Brother, and you'll have the right to act at your own discretion." "I'll do my best," Chu said. Xiao Qi sighed. "You know, second eldest sister is engaged to King, and she was a little worried about Chu Li's reaction. If he was really infatuated with her second sister and had deep feelings for her, he might become angry when he found out about this news. It was too easy to turn love into hate." Chu Li raised his eyebrows and nodded lightly. He had the omniscient mirror. When he met with Co Taiying earlier, he had already seen through Co Shi's thoughts. Co Shi wanted to marry into the imperial residence of King and become princess. And this would give the High Duke's public house a chance to breathe and no longer be suppressed by the imperial family. The Ren public house would also not dare to attack so unscrupulously. Chu Li was non-committal about her thoughts. Co Shi and Xiao Qi's personalities were completely different. Maybe it was because she was always troubled by illness. She was more indifferent to life and herself. She knew that if she was not born in the High Duke's public house, she might not live past 10 years old. Big brother, third younger sister, and fourth younger brother spent a lot of effort to prolong her life. The longevity grass was not easy to find. The High Duke's public house spent a lot of manpower and resources. After her body recovered, she did not think about enjoying life and youth, but the fate of the High Duke's public house. She wanted to use her own body to help the High Duke's public house. Xiao Qi frowned and shook her head. Second eldest sister is going to marry into the imperial residence of King, and she knew second eldest sister's personality. She would do what she said. Big brother would not be able to change her mind. In the end, he would still get what he wanted. Chu Li said, "Second lady will have to marry eventually. Marrying King and is not bad." He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He knew a little about the princes of the imperial family. King had a good reputation and was highly respected. He was talented in poetry and was a scholar. He was in charge of revising a few books. It was said that he was gentle and had a good temper. Although he was already 40 years old, he was not considered old. He was considered to be in the prime of his life. Moreover, when he was older, he would take care of others. They could be considered a good match. Chu Li liked Co Shi's beauty very much. He only admired her. He loved her because he loved her. He had the life and death scripture and was driven by utilitarianism. That was why he did what others thought was a sacrifice to save others. If he did not have the life and death scripture, he would not have done this. Although Xiao Shi was slightly more beautiful, the one he liked was Xiao Qi. However, Co Shi was a beauty, the first beauty of the great Ji. She was going to marry someone else. He still felt a little melancholy and uncomfortable. This was a man's nature. Xiao Qi looked at his face quietly. She wanted to see through his subtle expressions. "You and second eldest sister," Chu Li said. "I don't have any improper thoughts about second lady." "Really?" Xiao Qi stared at his eyes. Chu Li smiled. "Second lady is too arrogant. Even if I have intentions, it's useless." Xiao Qi said lightly. "It seems that you do have intentions." Chu Li spread his hands and smiled. "It's not bad for second lady to marry Prince, and the High Duke's public house and the imperial family are entangled. It's hard to explain." Xiao Qi shook her head. "The other public houses will not be as peaceful as ours. It's hard to avoid open and secret fights. With the side concubine around, she won't be happy." Chu Li said, "The key is still to see what second lady thinks. Second eldest sister is stubborn. She will marry in the end. I'm really worried." Xiao Qi frowned and sighed. Chu Li smiled and quietly looked at her cold face. Xiao Qi's eyes flashed. "Chu Li, if second eldest sister really enters the imperial residence of Princeton, you should follow her." Chu Li was stunned. He then laughed. "My lady, I'm a man. It's okay." Xiao Qi said, "The imperial residence is not the imperial palace. The scribe can follow her into the imperial residence. I can only be at ease if you are by second eldest sister's side." "Then my lady," Chu Li frowned. Xiao Qi said, "I will stay in Snow Lunar Pavilion for a few years. Even if you are in the imperial residence, it will be difficult for us to meet." Chu Li did not say anything. Xiao Qi said, if it really doesn't work, you should go with second eldest sister first. When she has a stable footing, you can come back. She's alone. She doesn't have any scheming skills. She will be bullied the moment she enters the imperial residence. I'm really worried. Chuli frowned and did not say anything. He was a little unwilling. Xiao Qi said lightly, do you want me to beg you? Sigh. Chuli shook his head and sighed. All right, since my lady has ordered, I can only do it. Xiao Qi smiled. It was like the first snow on a sunny day. The whole pagoda suddenly brightened up. Chu Li reluctantly looked away and did not let himself lose his composure. When will second lady marry into the imperial residence of Princeton? She has made up her mind. Big brother can't stop her. I think the imperial residence of Prince and will soon receive the news that she has recovered. Xiao Qi said. It won't be long before they come to fetch her. I just don't know if second lady will agree. I will convince second eldest sister. My lady, don't you need help on your side? Chuli asked. It's not easy to enter Snow Lunar Pavilion. All the official disciples of Snow Lunar Pavilion are women. Xiao Qi said, you can't help. Suru will go with me. If something really happens, she will look for you. If the two of you are together, it's okay. No one will recognize you. Chapter 179. For the next few days, Chuli stayed in the Gloriesville courtyard and focused on catalyzing the Gloriesville tree. Every time the Gloriesville tree grew a ring, its power grew stronger and it absorbed more spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The air in the courtyard became fresher and more abundant. The spirit herbs grew faster and it became more comfortable to stay in the courtyard. In the morning, Chuli finished cultivating and Xue had already served breakfast. The two of them sat in the pagoda and ate together. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup. It was delicious. Master, it's strange. I've been cultivating very quickly these 2 days. Xue was dressed in white and her temperament was getting colder and colder. It was more like Xiao Qi's temperament, but less clear and more cold. Chuli casually took a sip of wine. Is it because I suddenly became enlightened? Xue tilted her head and looked at him. Is it because I have a deeper understanding of the Crescent Cryptic? Chuli smiled. Xue was annoyed. Why exactly? What do you think? I don't know. Xue shook her head. It feels very good. It's like my 5 senses are sharper, the air is fresher, and my inner energy is purer. Everything is right, so I'm advancing faster. Chuli smiled. It's because of the Gloriesville tree. The Gloriesville tree. Xue turned to look at the taller Gloriesville tree. Because of it? Chuli said. This is the mystery of the Gloriesville tree. Doesn't that mean that staying beside the Gloriesville tree will advance faster than others? The Gloriesville tree is amazing. So shut your mouth and eat properly. Is it the same for the stargazing tower? It's not as effective, but it's still improved. Do we get the most out of all of them? Xue beamed like a blossoming flower. Lady Zhao's cultivation has reached its peak. She doesn't need the support of the Gloriesville tree. Chuli said. Xiao Qi's Grandmaster's cultivation had been perfected. No matter how much she improved, it would be limited. It was like a cup that was filled with water and could not be filled anymore. He was already close to perfecting it. This time, the scripture of life and death had advanced to the 2nd level, and his physique was stronger. It was like changing a small cup into a big cup. Moreover, he had the sun cultivating White Tiger portrait, which was also continuously improving his physique. The cup was getting bigger and bigger, but it was not yet complete. Xue Ling smiled. I have to catch up as soon as possible. Your ambition is commendable. Work hard. Chuli nodded and drank another glass of wine. Master, I heard from Brother Jiang that there was a big case in Desolate Town. Xue Ling held the jade pot in her hand and filled his white jade cup. The governor was assassinated. Chuli looked up at her. Xue put down the jade pot. Brother Jiang accepted a mission to investigate. We didn't manage to find any clues. All we know is that it was done by a Grandmaster. He did it cleanly and killed all 6 protectors in one strike. Grandmasters? Chuli frowned. Grandmasters were the top masters in the world. If they were placed in the martial arts world, They would be the leaders of a sect or faction. If they were placed in the imperial court, they would be the high official of the imperial house or the high official of the High Duke's public house. Killing people was as easy as drinking water for such a peerless expert. Xueling pursed her lips tightly. Her face was solemn and filled with anger. She hated this kind of person the most. It reminded her of her father's death. Chuli asked, "How did the public house arrange it?" Brother Jiang and the others have already transported the man to the public house. They want the high officials to personally examine his wounds. Xueling furrowed her brows. "Master, do you want to go and take a look?" Chuli nodded. "It's good to take a look." Xueling smiled. "We must not let the murderer go." Chuli nodded. Killing an official of the imperial court was a death sentence. If the murderer could not be brought to justice, then they would lose their deterrence to the martial arts world. If the public house could not break through, the imperial house would send people over. In short, the murderer must be caught. Chuli had just finished his breakfast when Xiaoqi and Su Ru came over. Xueling's cooking time was fixed. They could come over on time. Xiaoqi's clothes were as white as snow. Her eyes were cold. "Have you heard about the case?" Chuli said, "The desolate town governor was assassinated." "Let's go. Follow me to take a look." Xiaoqi said, "We have to find the guy. What kind of grandmaster would do this?" Chuli sighed. "Is it because they are invincible or because they have a deep hatred? It's puzzling. The people of the martial arts world are hot-blooded and impulsive." Xiaoqi said, "When they are hot-headed, they can do anything. So we have to have enough deterrence to make them worry. The murderer must be found." The two of them left the courtyard. Su Ru and Xueling followed behind. "Did you manage to convince the second lady?" Chuli asked casually. The four of them passed through the woods and stepped onto the boat. The boat floated like a leaf on the lake. The clear lake's surface was sparkling. The lake breeze blew gently, like a caress. Chuli and Xiaoqi stood at the bow of the boat. Su Ru and Xueling stood at the other end. "No," Xiaoqi said lightly, "but it will eventually work. Big Brother also agreed to let you accompany her. Master Xiao agreed to let the second lady marry into the imperial residence of King, and what can I do if I don't agree?" Xiaoqi scoffed. "Second eldest sister has already sent someone to the imperial residence of King and in private. I think the people from the imperial residence of King and will come soon." Chuli shook his head and sighed. Xiaoqi said, "No one can change second eldest sister's mind. She's been like this since young. I'm used to it." Chuli frowned. "What other arrangements does Master Xiao have?" "Big Brother knows that you want to go. He is relieved. He will accompany more maids and a few protectors." Xiaoqi said lightly. "Actually, protectors are useless." Chuli said, "Grandmaster protectors?" "Impossible." Xiaoqi said, "Second eldest sister will not agree. Moreover, the protectors of the imperial residence are strong enough. No matter how they fight, it will not endanger their lives. With the support of the High Duke's public house, the battle in the harem will not endanger anyone's life. Otherwise, the High Duke's public house will not let it go. The Grandmaster protectors are the backbone of the imperial residence. Instead of putting them in the imperial residence, it is better to put them in the High Duke's public house. Now that the High Duke's public house is weak, the Grandmaster protectors are stretched thin." Chuli nodded thoughtfully. "If you enter the imperial residence, you must be careful." Xiaoqi said, "You can't endanger anyone's life." Chuli said, "What if I can't persuade second lady?" "I have a way. You don't have to worry." Xiaoqi glanced at him. "I will fulfill your wish." Chuli laughed. "My lady, I don't want to go." Xiaoqi looked into the distance and did not say anything else. Chuli shook his head helplessly. The boat stopped at the martial arts hall. When they stepped on a martial arts field, everyone looked at them. They would never forget that heaven-shaking, earth-shattering scene of heavenly lightning. They had seen Chuli resist the lightning with their own eyes. He was struck by a small lightning and fell. They did not expect him to be full of vigor in such a short time. He was indeed a legend. Xiaoqi did not walk through the path that the protectors had opened. She walked around the martial arts field and arrived at a palace next to the martial arts hall. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn. There were 7 corpses on the ground. 4 elders were flipping them over and over. Sometimes they frowned, and sometimes they were discussing with the people next to them. Co Tying stood at the side with his hands behind his back. His face was solemn. Lin Quan stood behind him. When he saw the four of them, Co Tying nodded. Chuli, have you recovered? Chuli fist saluted. You guys should take a look too. This guy used a few types of martial arts. Co Tying said. I can't figure out what he used. Xiaoqi nodded and squatted next to one of the corpses. She looked at the wound. It was a black fist print on the chest. Chuli did not move. He stood there and scanned the 7 corpses. He could clearly see their injuries. He simulated the killer's moves in his mind. Chapter 180. Co Chi did not avoid the corpses. She carefully looked at all the wounds and even pressed them. She frowned and did not say a word. Chu Li analyzed the situation of the 7 people when they died in his mind. He carefully compared each injury, the changes in their muscles, and the depth of their inner energy. Fist prints, palm prints, fingerprints. 7 people killed by 7 different martial arts. At first glance, it seemed like 7 people did it. However, this could not be hidden from the eyes of a master. He could tell from his style that it was the same person. Co Tying said, Elder Gue, can you see anything? A tall and strong old man with white eyebrows and a face like a baby raised his head and sighed. This guy's inner energy is very strange. His martial arts are diverse, but he has the essence of it. He is a genius in martial arts. He is proficient in many fist and palm techniques. Co Tying thought for a while and shook his head. There are many people like this in the martial arts world. Elder Gue continued. His inner energy belongs to the feminine category. Although he imitated it to be strong and masculine, there is a feminine element in his bones. Feminine. Co Tying frowned. There are many grandmasters in the world who have feminine inner energy. There are also many who are proficient in several martial arts. There is no way to determine who the murderer is with these clues. Elder Gue shook his head. This is all I can see. They attacked too quickly and did not use their full strength. There are not many clues left. Co Tying turned to Co Chi. 3rd younger sister, did you find anything unexpected? Co Chi clapped her hands and stood up. She took out a silk handkerchief to wipe her hands. Only Elder Gue and the others. This murderer is very cunning. Unfortunately, the protectors are too weak. They did not force him to show his true abilities. Co Tying sighed. That's troublesome. He turned to Chuli, who had been silent all this while, and smiled. Chuli, what do you think? Chuli said, there are 2 murderers. Co Tying was startled and quickly asked, 2 people? Chuli slowly nodded. Yes, there are 2 people. They cultivated the same heart technique, and their cultivation level is similar. How is that possible? Elder Gue frowned and looked at Chu Li, Chief Chu. Although they used different martial arts, they used the same inner energy. It should be the same person. Chu Li said, Elder Gue, these 2 people are probably twin brothers. Their inner energy is the same, and their cultivation level is similar as well, but there is a slight difference. There should be a pair of twin brothers among the grandmasters, right? Chuli, are you talking about Wang Zhongzhong and Wang Zishu? Xiao Qi muttered. The Wang brothers cultivate the spring water tactic. Co Tying's eyes lit up. That's right. As far as I know. The Wang brothers are also skilled in martial arts. Elder Gue frowned and said, Chief Chu, how can you tell there are 2 people? Chuli pointed at the first corpse, the 3rd, and the 4th. This was killed by one person while the other 4 were killed by another person. Elder Gue, take a closer look and you'll be able to see the differences. Elder Gue was doubtful. Once again, he immersed himself in his examination. The other 3 elders also immersed themselves in the examination. Finally, they stood up and looked at Chu Li in confusion. How is it, Elder Gue? Was Chu Li right? Co Tying asked. Elder Gue stared at Chu Li and smiled bitterly. I am ashamed. Just as Chief Chu Li said, there are 2 people. I wonder how Chief Chu could tell. Since Chu Li entered the house, he did not bend down at all. He just casually glanced around. To be able to see the flaws that were difficult to be seen by the naked eye, it was somewhat unacceptable for them who had always been proud. It's just a feeling. Chu shook his head and said, it's not based on their wounds, it's the breath on their bodies. Are the Wong brothers crazy? How could they do such a thing? Sigh. Tang sighed. This matter is very troublesome. The Wong brothers were not people from the martial arts world. They were Hawaii Public House's high officials. The two were twins, and their minds were interlinked. Their joint attack technique was unparalleled in the world. The two of them were equivalent to 4 grandmasters. If they were people from the martial arts world, even if they were grandmasters who were equivalent to 4 grandmasters, they would not show any mercy. They would subdue them no matter the cost. However, the Wong brothers were high officials of the Hawaii Public House. That would be troublesome. Killing them was tantamount to becoming an enemy of the Hawaii Public House. If it was him, if someone wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Qingshan and the others, the Hawaii Public House would definitely not stand idly by. Chi also frowned. Is it really them? The Wong brothers' temper is not good. Elder Gay muttered. Wang Zhengzhong is slightly better, but Wang Zishu is a rash person. He can't bear even a little bit of anger. Maybe the governor of Desolate Town provoked them. It's also possible that something dirty happened in Desolate Town, and the Wong brothers saw it. Chi said faintly. The Wong brothers are upright people. Sigh. Taing shook his head and said, they are high officials of the Hawaii Public House. They should know the severity of the matter. If the governor of Desolate Town really made a mistake, he should directly report it to the imperial court. Why did he use the martial arts world's means to cause trouble for himself? Elder Gue muttered. Could it be that someone pretended to be the Wong brothers? It's not impossible, Chu Li said. He looked at Chi and she shook her head gently. No matter how cunning and bad Liu Yurong was, she would not do such a thing. This was playing with fire. It was not wise. Liu Yurong was smart and would not do such a stupid thing. Now it seems that we can only collect clues. Taing shook his head and said, then inform the Hawaii Public House and let Hai Duke Song give us an explanation. Hai Duke Song may not care about us, Chi said. Taing pondered and said, we need a powerful person to come forward and talk to the Hawaii Public House. If they do this, where do we stand? Chu Li, when the time comes, you will make a trip. Big brother. Chi frowned. Taing smiled and said, Chu Li is a rank 2 scribe. His status is high enough. Moreover, his light body technique is good enough. If it doesn't work, he will run. Chu Li smiled and nodded. He wanted to see the Hawaii Public House. The public house was located in the extreme east of the Great Ji Dynasty. The Ren Public House was in the west, the Fairies' capital was in the north, and the Hawaii Public House was in the south. They were considered neighbors and had a good relationship because the High Duke and the Hawaii Public House were good friends. The strength of the Hawaii Public House was very strong. It was even better than the Ren Public House. The Public House could not afford to offend them. Even if there was evidence, the Hawaii Public House would not care about it, as Chi said. This job depended on people's mood, and they had to be bullied. It was a completely hard job. Taing smiled. We are in the right. No matter what, we can't bully others too much. Chi scoffed. Will Hai Duke Song be reasonable with you? If he is really unreasonable, we will report it to the imperial court. Taing scoffed. Chi glared at him and said nothing. If it was really reported to the imperial court, then they would become the public enemy of the 11 public houses. No matter how the public houses fought, the imperial court would not intervene. This was the consensus of the public houses. If they violated this rule, they would become the public enemy. Taing said, of course, it's best if we can convince him. Wishful thinking. Chi said, how do we find evidence? Check the whereabouts of the brothers. Taing said, don't make a mistake. Chi waved her hand. Chu Li, let's go. Taing said, Chu Li, get ready. It will be in a few days. Chu Li Fist saluted and left the palace with Chi. Chi and Chu Li walked in front, while Suru and Shui Ling followed behind. After boarding the boat, Chi said, High Duke Song is proud and arrogant. He cares about his status the most. You may not be able to see him. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Co Chi said, he also respects and cherishes talents the most. If you want to move him and see him, you have to make a scene and show your ability. Chu Li smiled. No wonder Master Co. Tying wants me to go. Big brother wants to grind your spirit. Co. Chi shook her head. He has put in a lot of effort. Then I have to thank Master Co. Tying. Chu Li smiled. Chapter 181. But be careful and don't go overboard. Xiao Qi frowned. High Duke Song has a bad temper. If we go overboard and fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. Chu Li laughed. Aren't they friends with the High Duke? They won't fight, right? Who knows? Xiao Qi shook her head and sighed. There is no real friendship between the High Duke's public houses. It's all about interests. What interests are there to fight for? Chu Li asked. The High Duke's public house was created when the country was founded. It was hereditary and was a High Duke's public house. No matter how much they struggled, they would not disappear. As long as there was a successor, there was no need to fight for fame and benefits. Xiao Qi said, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. People are greedy by nature. They will fight for a little benefit. Besides, there are people fanning the flames. Chu Li nodded. It was the imperial family fanning the flames. In short, only you can go. Xiao Qi sighed. It's not appropriate for others to go. I'm worried. Lady Xiao, don't worry. Chu Li said. Xiao Qi turned and looked at him. I'm worried. You're young and impetuous. You can't tolerate it. It's obvious that this matter depends on the High Duke's mood. Chu Li smiled. Lady Xiao, why do you have to tolerate it? Even if you're not strong enough, you don't have to be afraid of them. Don't mess around. Xiao Qi frowned. Chu Li said, I know what I'm doing. Xiao Qi stared at him. The more Chu Li said, the more worried she was. She had seen Chu Li's boldness before. Chu Li smiled. I won't be reckless. I'll see how it goes. Xiao Qi nodded slowly. Chu Li had a deep insight into people's hearts. This was the reason why he was asked to go. He had a good sense of propriety. Other than Chu Li, it was difficult for others to see through High Duke Song's mind. It was inevitable that they would be controlled and embarrassed the High Duke's public house. Chu Li returned to the courtyard and continued to study the scripture of life and death. The second level of the scripture of life and death was full of mysteries. His mental strength had increased. The range of the omniscient mirror and the scripture of life and death had greatly increased, and his body had become much stronger. Furthermore, the spiritual energy that he could extract had become pure, and he could differentiate between turbidity and life and death. After 2 days of research, he discovered a new advantage. Apart from having a strong body, he could also wither and flourish like spiritual energy. He could also wither and flourish like a tree. At the first level of the life and death scripture, he could disperse the inner force. Only a sliver of it was left in his dantian. With a thought, spiritual energy would rush in and instantly restore his inner force. Therefore, he looked like he had never practiced martial arts before. At the second level of the life and death scripture, his body could display the 2 states of life and death. Normally, they would be full of vitality, far surpassing ordinary people, but they could also be like a withered tree, without any internal energy. He had become one with the earth, and had completely lost all signs of life. Even grandmasters could not sense his existence. He could transform into an ordinary person who did not know martial arts, a sick person, a dying person, or a dead person. He could transform into any one of them, and others would not be able to tell the difference. He sighed inwardly. With such a wondrous effect, if he were to become an assassin, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Unfortunately, grandmasters had a keen sense of danger, so it was very difficult to assassinate them. Otherwise, he might be able to assassinate a grandmaster. In the evening, as the sun was setting, Chu Li went to the stargazing tower to practice martial arts with Xiao Qi. Both of them had similar cultivation levels. Both of them learned something from the practice. At this time, Lin Kuan arrived. Master Xiao Taiying invited him. Chu Li followed Lin Kuan to Iron Eagle Island. Co Taiying was already waiting in the hall. Chu Li closed fist saluted. After sitting down, he took the teacup from Lin Kuan and took a sip. He put down the teacup and looked at Co Taiying quietly. The sunset dyed the house red. Co Taiying's handsome face was solemn. Chu Li, you should go to Hawaii Public House tomorrow. Have you found the evidence? I found 2 witnesses who saw the brothers appear in desolate town. I don't think High Duke Song will admit it if I don't see it with my own eyes. It's impossible to find witnesses with their own eyes. This is all I can do. This is enough. Okay, I will go. High Duke Song has a bad temper. Don't lower yourself to his level. But fight for what you should, Co Taiying said. As long as it's not out of control, it's no big deal. Chu Li smiled. Co Taiying said, we are a little weaker, but we are not afraid of them. I believe you can handle it well. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Okay, I will handle it carefully. But you have to be careful. People are sinister, Co Taiying said. If they really go too far, fight back fiercely. If you can't beat them, just leave. Don't lose. Yes, Chu Li smiled. He did not expect Co Taiying's attitude to be tougher than Co Chi's. Co Taiying sighed. This matter is very troublesome. It happened in our public house. If we can't give an explanation, it will damage the reputation of our public house. Chu Li said, the imperial court did not give us any pressure, right? We're dragging it. Co Taiying shook his head, but we can't drag it forever. Chu Li said, the best way is to drag it. Sigh. Co Taiying sighed. We are powerless. You have to break through to the Grandmaster's boundary as soon as possible. Chu Li smiled. He could feel Co Taiying's exhaustion and helplessness. The public house was weak. They were under the control of others. It was not a good feeling. After 5 days of traveling, Chu Li arrived at Hawaii Public House in South Sun Town. South Sun Town was as prosperous as Chongming Town. People came and went in an endless stream. Hawaii Public House occupied a street. It was grand and magnificent. Although it was not as big as the public house, it had its own style. As soon as he stepped into South Sun Town, he felt this domineering aura. He led the horse and walked slowly to the public house. 2 stone lions were ready to pounce. The stone lions of the public house were even bigger. Standing under the stone lions, one would involuntarily want to step back. Beside the 2 stone lions, there were 4 burly protectors. They were big and round with long knives. They were surrounded by killing intent. At a glance, one could tell that they had killed and seen blood. When they stared, the timid ones would tremble and their bodies would go weak. Chu Li led the horse to the public house. He closed fists, saluted, and took out a name card from his arms. He handed it to the leading protector. I am Chu Li from the public house. I am here to visit High Duke Song. The burly protector took the name card lazily. He glanced at it and then stared at Chu Li. His eyes were like electricity, as if he wanted to see through him. Chu Li frowned. This person was quite rude. It was not the way to treat a guest. After the burly man looked at him, he said, wait. He turned and strode away. The remaining 7 protectors stared at him as if they were looking at a criminal. Chu Li secretly shook his head. The style of this Hawaii public house was completely different from that of the public house. They were really arrogant and overbearing. He could not say anything. Every public house's style was different. The public house was gentle, but it was also due to lack of confidence. Their strength was tyrannical, but they might not be as amiable as they were now. After a while, an old man in purple slowly walked over. He stepped out of the high threshold and closed fist saluted with a smile. I am Hu Guanghui. I am the chief of the guest courtyard. Scribe Chu Li, please follow me. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and smiled. Is High Duke Song here? Hee, the High Duke has something to do. It is not convenient for him to come out and meet you. Scribe Chu Li, please don't blame me. Hu Guanghui smiled and bowed. A protector took Chu Li's horse. Chu Li closed fist saluted and smiled. The High Duke is busy. It is rude of me to suddenly visit. Please, please. Hu Guanghui stretched out his hand and smiled as he walked in. Not at all. Our public houses have a close relationship. If Protector Chu Li comes, we welcome you. Chapter 182. Hu Guanghui was very enthusiastic. He led Chu Li through 2 courtyards and came to an exquisite courtyard in Athens. He laughed and said, "This is a house specially built for distinguished guests in the public house. Scribe Chu Li can have a good rest first. I will report to the High Duke." Chu Li closed fists saluted. "Thank you." "He, you're welcome, Xiaoying." Hu Guanghui raised his voice. Coming. A delicate little maid came in. She was in a white gown. She was petite and exquisite. Her big eyes revealed a mischievous look. "Chief, this is Scribe Chu Li from the public house. You must serve him well." Hu Guanghui ordered. "Yes." Xiaoying smiled and nodded. She said crisply, "Scribe Chu Li, I am Xiaoying. Please tell me if you need anything." Chu Li closed fists saluted and smiled. "Thank you, Miss Xiaoying. Scribe Chu Li is a distinguished guest of the public house. You're welcome." Xiaoying waved her small hand. Hu Guanghui closed fists saluted and smiled. "Scribe Chu Li, I will leave first." Chu Li closed fists saluted and smiled. After Hu Guanghui left, Xiaoying smiled sweetly. "Scribe Chu Li, are you from the public house?" Chu Li nodded. He sat at the stone table in the middle of the courtyard. Next to him was a peach tree in full bloom. A few petals fell to the ground. Xiaoying lit a small red clay stove and smiled. "The second lady of Yi public house is the first beauty of the great Ji dynasty. Scribe Chu Li must have seen her." "Of course, second lady." Chu Li smiled. Xiaoying straightened her back and clapped her hands. She brought 2 plates of fruits to Chu Li. She blinked her big eyes. "Is second lady Xiao really that beautiful?" "Of course." Chu Li smiled and nodded. Xiaoying said, "Our lady is also very beautiful." Chu Li smiled. "I have never seen the lady of your public house. She must be very beautiful. Wait until you have the chance." Xiaoying smiled. "I think the lady will not lose to the second lady of your public house." Chu Li smiled and shook his head without saying anything. Xiaoying pouted her pink lips. "Am I wrong?" Chu Li smiled. "Each has their own beauty. It is hard to say which is more beautiful." Xiaoying rolled her eyes at him and scoffed sly. Chu Li smiled. "Is the High Duke very busy? I'm just a little maid. How would I know if the High Duke is busy?" Xiaoying shook her head and said, "Scribe Chu, what rank are you?" "Second rank," Chu Li replied. Xiaoying's eyes widened even more as she cried out involuntarily, "Second rank?" Chu Li smiled and nodded. "That's impossible, right?" Xiaoying sized him up and looked at the white jade tablet on his waist. Chu Li smiled and said, "I was lucky enough to achieve a few great merits. That's why I was promoted to rank 2. The 12 public houses were under the same system, which was in line with the great Ji dynasty's imperial court. They were divided into 9 grades, with the first being the most respected. Xiaoying sighed. "But this is too scary. You're so young, yet you've already reached the second rank." "It's rank 2. Second rank was a high position in the manor. To her, it was something that she could only dream of but never reach. Normally, it was very difficult to meet them. Although they were in the same manor, they were like people from 2 different worlds. Chu Li smiled. "Miss Xiaoying's martial arts is not bad either. You want to become a guard in the future?" "I'm timid. I can't be a guard." Xiaoying shook her head and said, "My mother doesn't want me to be a guard either. She said that it's best for a girl to be a maid." Chu Li nodded. "Your mother is right." Xiaoying beamed with joy. "My mother is very powerful. She's already ranked 6 now." She felt that Chu Li was easygoing and his words were pleasing to the ear. She wanted to keep chatting with him. Chu Li first entered the Hawaii public house. He wanted to understand the details of the Hawaii public house. Through chatting and observing the scene in Xiaoying's mind, he gained a lot. The sun was setting. The sky was red and the small courtyard was dyed rosy. Chu Li sat at the stone table and looked up at the sky. He said to Xiaoying, "Miss Xiaoying, please invite Chief." "Okay." Xiaoying saw that his expression was not right. She quickly agreed and ran out. Hu Guanghui quickly came in with a smile. "Scribe Chu Li, are you satisfied with Xiaoying's service?" Chu Li waved his hand. Miss Xiaoing is very good, but Chief Hu, I want to see High Duke Song. I have something important to tell him. This. Hu Guanghui showed a difficult expression. He sighed. To tell the truth, Scribe Chu Li, I have already reported to the High Duke. However, the High Duke is very busy. He really can't split himself. Chu Li frowned. Is High Duke Song that busy? Sigh. Hu Guanghui shook his head. Jiaming Town is in chaos. The public house is busy suppressing it. Chu Li said, Jiaming Town is in rebellion? Yes. Hu Guanghui sighed helplessly. It happens every year. The public house is in a mess. The High Duke has no time to be distracted. I wonder when High Duke Song can see me. Chu Li said. Hu Guanghui said helplessly. The High Duke is angry now. It's best to avoid the limelight. Scribe Chu Li, what's the big matter? Chu Li said, I need to report to High Duke Song personally. Then Scribe Chu Li must wait patiently. Hu Guanghui said, the High Duke is in a bad mood now. He won't see any guests. Please forgive me, Scribe Chu Li. Hu Guanghui snickered. A small scribe wants to see the High Duke. He must be daydreaming. It was better to give him the cold shoulder first and wait for him to sober up. Chu Li looked at Hu Guanghui and his face darkened. Chief Hu, I'm just a small scribe. Isn't it too much to ask to see High Duke Song? Hu Guanghui was startled and smiled. Not at all. Chu Li said, I know I'm in a low position. I'm afraid I won't be able to see High Duke Song. Right? Scribe Chu Li misunderstood. Hu Guanghui shook his head and smiled. My public house and your public house are old friends. No matter what, the High Duke has to find time to see him. I wonder how High Duke Xiao is doing? Thank you for your concern. Chu Li said faintly. The High Duke is still in isolated cultivation. Sigh. Hu Guanghui sighed. I really admire High Duke Xiao. Such perseverance is rare in this world. Chu Li said, please report to High Duke Song. If I don't see him tomorrow, I can only return home. Yes, I will definitely report. Hu Guanghui smiled. Chu Li's face darkened as he closed fists, saluted, and picked up the teacup. Hu Guanghui closed fists, saluted, and left. He cursed in his heart. This young man has a big temper and a big ego. He wants to see the High Duke tomorrow? Wishful thinking. Chu Li frowned and pondered. Through the omniscient mirror, he knew that Hu Guanghui was slippery, but he did not dare to delay. He had already reported to High Duke Song. This High Duke Song was really arrogant. Even if the two public houses were friends, he still acted like this. Could it be that he knew about the Wang brothers? Was he deliberately doing this to provoke him to leave? It cannot be dragged on like this. He came to question him face to face. If he was dragged on for a few days, he would lose his edge. Xiaoing saw him frowning, and his bearing was solemn. She did not dare to speak loudly. There was a sound of footsteps outside, followed by Hu Guanghui's laughter. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and looked through the omniscient mirror. He saw an acquaintance, Shi Wu, the chief high official of the Ren public house. In front of Shi Wu was a handsome young man walking with his hands behind his back. He was arrogant and had a natural air of nobility. Hu Guanghui smiled beside him and entered the small courtyard on the east side of him. It was really a narrow road for enemies. Chu Li pushed the omniscient mirror to another level and saw clearly what they were thinking. He knew the identity of this handsome young man. He was the second young master of the Ren public house, Liu Yushu. They were here to propose marriage. Chu Li frowned even more. No wonder. This was even more troublesome. Chapter 183. Xiao Ying whispered, Scribe Chu Li. Chu Li looked up at her. Xiao Ying whispered, do you want to have dinner? All right. Chu Li's voice slowed down and smiled gently. Thank you, Miss Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when Chu Li's face was gloomy, the air seemed to solidify and she could not breathe. When his face relaxed, the surroundings also relaxed and she could breathe again. She smiled and said, Scribe Chu Li, why are you so polite? I'll go get it. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Xiao Ying trotted out of the courtyard. Chu Li walked out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back and came to the east courtyard. Two protectors blocked the door. The one on the left was a middle-aged man, and the one on the right was a young man. Their eyes were sharp, and their hands were on their swords. They stared at him coldly and obviously did not want him to come close. Chu smiled. "Are you from the Rin public house?" "Yes, who are you?" The middle-aged protector on the left asked. Chu smiled. "Chu from the public house." "Chu?" The middle-aged protector frowned and looked at him carefully. He said coldly, "You are the Chu from the public house?" Chu smiled. "Is there anyone who impersonates me? What's going on?" Shiwu came to the courtyard door and saw Chu. His face suddenly changed. "It's you." Chu closed fists, saluted, and smiled. "High official Shi, we meet again. Why are you here?" Shiwu said coldly. Shiwu's face was gloomy, and he stared at him. He wanted to hit Chu with his palm. Chu's smile became calmer. "Of course I came to Hawaii Public House as a guest. I didn't expect to meet you here. High official, Shiwu personally came. The one inside must be the heir to the High Duke." "You don't need to know," Shiwu said coldly. "Chu, you better behave yourself. This is Hawaii Public House." Chu smiled. "Of course I won't do it here." He closed fists, saluted, and turned to leave. Shiwu stared at him and watched him go to the west courtyard. He frowned. "Elder Shiwu, is Chu?" The middle-aged protector whispered. This is him. Be careful and be alert," Shiwu said coldly. He turned into the courtyard and came to Hu Guanghui. Hu Guanghui looked at him with a smile. Shiwu said, "Chief Hu, please change to another courtyard." "Oh, is there anything wrong with this courtyard?" Hu Guanghui said with a smile. "We are going to be a family soon, so you don't have to be polite. If you have any requests, I will do my best." Shiwu scoffed. "The further away from Chu the better. Was it Scribe Chu just now?" Hu Guanghui was startled, and then he smiled and said, "It's my dereliction of duty." Good. Change another room." As the chief of the guest courtyard, of course, he knew that the E public house and the Rin public house were not on good terms. Lu Yushu's figure was tall, his face handsome, his gaze sharp and threatening. "Elder Shi, which Chu?" "Second master, it is Chu from the E public house." Shiwu bowed and said, "He is in the west courtyard. Why is he here?" Lu Yushu frowned and scoffed. Hu Guanghui chuckled. "Young Master Lu, you don't have to worry. He's here to see the High Duke, but the High Duke doesn't want to talk to him, so he's been staying there for 2 days. He doesn't dare to mess around in our public house." Lu Yushu scoffed. "This is a good opportunity. Kill him." Shiwu opened his mouth, glanced at Hu Guanghui, and stopped talking. He sighed. "Chief Hu, thank you." "All right, follow me," Hu Guanghui smiled. Lu Yushu waved his hand and said lightly, "Chief Hu, this time we're here to propose a marriage for my brother. Let Chu move out of that courtyard and change to another place. Chief Hu should be able to do it, right?" "This." Hu Guanghui hesitated. He said awkwardly, "Young Master Lu, this isn't too good, right?" Shiwu said in a low voice, "Chief Hu, he's just a small scribe. How can he be on the same level as my young master?" Yes, that's true." Hu Guanghui quickly nodded and smiled. "All right, then I'll tell Scribe Chu. Ask him to move out of the west courtyard." "I want to stay in his courtyard," Lu Yushu said. "This?" Hu Guanghui smiled bitterly. "Young Master Lu, why do you have to do this?" Shiwu coughed lightly. "Second young master, don't make things too difficult for Chief Hu. It's fine for us to stay here." Lu Yushu looked at him discontentedly, and Shiwu gave him a look. Lu Yushu snorted. "All right, stay here first, and let Chu move out. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. I don't like it." "All right, I'll let him move out tomorrow," Hu Guanghui smiled. "What tomorrow?" Lu Yushu raised his eyebrows and snorted. "Move out immediately." "Young Master Lu, I really can't do this," Hu Guanghui said helplessly. "If I do this, my position as a chief will come to an end. After all, I still have to give him some face." "Second young master, let's do it tomorrow," Shiwu said. Hu Guanghui hurriedly said goodbye and left, for fear that if he stayed any longer, there would be more difficult demands. Lu Yushu waited for him to leave and snorted. "Elder Shi, it's better to let Chu leave directly. Why do you still have to stay for 1 night?" "Second young master, Chu is bold and reckless. We have to guard against him," Shiwu said If we force him too hard, I'm afraid he will do something reckless. He dares to assassinate me? Lu Yushu sneered. Shiwu nodded slowly. He will definitely do it. They had assassinated the second lady of the public house. It could be said that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. Based on Chu Li's guts, he would definitely dare to assassinate young master. He was as fast as a ghost and impossible to guard against. Isn't he afraid that the two public houses will go to war? Young master, I'll stay in your house tonight. All right, Lu Yushu snorted. If he really dares to mess around, no matter what, I'll kill him. Shiwu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lady has used all her means, but he is still alive and well. Lu Yushu snorted and said no more. He had a deep understanding of third younger sister's means. She really had a well-thought-out and meticulous plan. Even she could not do anything to Chu Li. It would be better for him to spend less effort and make him look bad to vent his anger. Chu Li saw what they said through the omniscient mirror and frowned. After he finished his dinner, Hu Guanghui smiled and closed fist saluted. Good news, Scribe Chu Li, heir to the High Duke, is here to see you on behalf of the High Duke. Chu Li frowned. Heir to the High Duke? Yes, Hu Guanghui smiled and said, the High Duke is too busy, so heir to the High Duke will do it on his behalf. Please follow me. Chu Li thought about it, got up and followed him out of the courtyard. After passing through 2 courtyards, they came to a hall. There were 4 middle-aged protectors standing in front of the hall. They were all innate masters, full of energy and spirit. Their eyes swept over like a sharp blade cutting through the air. Chu Li stepped into the hall. Sitting in the hall was an ordinary-looking young man with a round face and big eyes. He had a domineering aura. With one look, one could tell that he was not a good person and was not easy to get along with. Heir to the High Duke, this is Scribe Chu Li from the public house. Hu Guanghui smiled. All right, you may leave. Song Shiling impatiently waved his hand. Yes, I will take my leave. Hu Guanghui smiled and left the hall. Song Shiling lazily looked at Chu Li. Hey, I say, your public house is too ridiculous. You could be a rank 2 scribe at this age. Your rank is too worthless. Chu Li closed fists saluted and said, Heir to the High Duke, I have something to report. Say it. Song Shiling picked up the teacup and said casually. Chu Li said, the high officials of your public house, the Wang brothers, Wang Zhongjing and Wang Zishu, killed the castellan of Desolate Town. I am ordered by the eldest master to come and ask, what is your intention? What are you talking about? Song Shiling put down the teacup with a bang and said loudly, killing the castellan, you are talking nonsense. Heir to the High Duke, this is not a trivial matter. How can I talk nonsense? Chu Li said sternly. My public house has witnesses. I cannot deny it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.